Let's see. Not as Dubak, as Falfer. F11, there we go.
Alright, so just to double check real quick to make sure. You can all move and see your characters, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, can you see my HP and name?
No.
Huh.
Alright, give me 2 seconds to adjust that. I'm not going to give
Hey,
you the
found the
HP
zombie.
values,
Come here.
but I will give you your names, tokens.
Is this where we killed all the Yuan-Ti at the end of Tomb of Annihilation?
Possibly. It's also a map that I just knocked together to be my test map.
Ah, fair.
Player missions.
The guy in the top left with what is that? Is that a battle axe or is that a loot? I'm really
A loot.
hoping it's a loot.
Looks like a
Loot.
loot.
Cool. Does he just bash people over the head with that?
Maybe. I don't remember. It depends who the character is. I'm not looking at that screen right now.
I don't recognise it.
And then Mithras. Right. Yeah. Delete. Faust. Optic. Mithras. Right. So can you now see names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Garth. Who played Garth?
None of us.
I'm not talking about you. It was one of your friends, Malcolm.
Garth sounds like a Ben kind of character. Let's have a look.
Because there was Dolan, Sir Bubble, and Garth, and then Awen was you.
Yeah, that'd be Ben.
That Ben, yeah.
Yeah.
Vision setup. Yeah. And then after test, dynamic lighting, daylight mode, dark vision, massive dark vision.
Ugh, no dark vision.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see shit.
Yeah, Faust has 300 foot of dark vision.
yeah. I was like, the fuck? Where did he get that from?
Twilight Domain.
Right, so all these tokens should work. Thank you, Jess. Okay. Okay then. So, is everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't know where music go. Play. Level. That'll do. Okay. So, as per usual with adventurers, your story this time begins in a tavern. You are the three of you plus your faithful automaton companion, Optic, who you acquire, who one of you acquired previously and brings them with you wherever they go, whoever that may be. You are currently all drinking at a seedy dockside tavern known as the Broken Lance in the city of Waterdeep. Not the most reputable of taverns, but you all sat there nursing drinks, contemplating as to what to do next, hoping that some work will fall into your laps sooner rather than later. The atmosphere here is quite jovial. There is music, there's a lot of laughter. You hear the faint sound of the seagulls nearby on the dock. Um, as you all just sit there drinking the drink of your choice. The talk of the town today is concerns that a gentleman named Corey McMaduke, a local fisherman, pulled an enormous striped bass from a dock a few ways down, and you can see him being congratulated by um, a bunch of sailors and other fishermen. They're all telling stories of other catches that they've caught, and they're all like crowding around him to congratulate him as he sat there with a few people just staring at him as he's got the fish just on the table, and it's pretty big, probably like 3 or 4 foot long. Looks like a pretty big fish for just a standard fisherman to pull in. Um, and as the time goes by, um, you're all sat there, and then probably about an hour of just small chit chat goes by as you're all taking in the scenery. You all look across the table at each other, and Faust, can you describe your character? What your other companions see?
So looking across the table, Faust at first glance is a human, but doesn't look like the normal human you find in Faerun. Incredibly pale skinned, white hair, but what stands out about him the most is the various tattoos that cover his body. There's a large band of black around his neck, which breaks into various shapes. Both his hands stretching up towards his elbows are also black, coming to a pointed tip with a pair of wings just below the elbow on either arm. Some streaks of black coming down from the tip of his ears towards his cheekbones, and his eyes also, where you would normally see the whites of a human's eyes are instead jet black, and his irises are of a silver colour. Wears a black scale mail underneath a large jacket, which goes down to just below his knees. Pretty gaunt. Mannerisms very, very laid back, peaceful. The other main thing that stands out about him is the necklace that he wears with a raven's skull, which sits kind of just above his chest cavity. Sat with a standard kind of large mug of ale, just keeping an eye on what's going on around the group. Appears to be in his mid to late 20s.
Falfer.
Yeah. Well, she is what do you call it? A half link. She has brown short hair. Her skin is light brown. She's very short. She's actually small size, 2.5. Her height is 2.5. Uh, she looks mature, like between 20 to 25, but her acting and the way she's sitting in between her friends, she's acting like a child, as if something is blocking her memory to be growing or anything. It's she's racking her legs. She's moving back and forth. She's always on the move, and she keeps on laughing by her own. She speaks by her own. She's kind of mentally insane. Um, every time someone passes by, she always grabs her sword and dagger, just to be ready. She looks like as if she's not paying attention to anyone, but when you look at her, she kind of knows the surrounding at the same time. That's it.
Yeah. And Mithras. Hello? Are you muted?
Hello.
Hey.
There we go.
Yeah. I realise you've lost me. Yeah, so you've got a 6-foot male, scrawny looking. He's got dark brown wavy hair that sort of flows backwards. He's got a well-kept beard, rather thick, that sort of just starts going down to his Adam's apple. And then you've also got slightly tanned, so he's rather young looking as well. So he's roughly between the ages of 23, 24. He's got a scar across his eye that goes downwards. It's not recent. It's obviously scarred over. And he also just wearing sort of your standard adventurer's tunic. Nothing looking really special about him. His eyes start off blue, and then they sort of like transcend into this green color as they go upwards. If from a glance you can see that he's always looking at stuff. He looks a little bit mischievous. He looks like the kind of guy that might play a prank on you if you're not looking. But yeah, always inquisitive, wanting to know stuff. His eyes are always darting around everywhere, looking at different things. That's it.
And then, sat in the other seat, you hear the occasional groan of the wooden stool beneath him is your rather large, armor-clad, robotic companion, who takes the moniker Optic. Or can't for the life of me remember what the acronym is now. Whatever. So yeah, as you all sit there having hushed conversations, enjoying your surroundings, just thinking as to what's coming next. The door to the tavern that you are in opens up a little more violently, and a lot of the tavern goes quiet for a second as everyone looks towards the door. And then as they look, they catch who it is, and then they all go back to their drinks. There's a few hushed whispers as this person who enters, this reasonably young human woman, dressed in like a dark black overcoat with a red tunic underneath that, and then a white undershirt, thigh-high black leather boots, a tricorn hat, yeah, like a tricorn hat with a large feather sticking out of it. Her hair is like braided and has like beads and stuff in it. It's like long and black that comes out the back. And she kind of walks straight over to the bar. And it seems a lot of people in here recognize this person. as she walks to the bar. Immediately, a drink's given to her. There's no exchange of coins. There's a quick conversation that. What's everyone's passive perceptions?
16.
11.
11. 11.
11 for you as well. So yeah, you, Faust, probably catch a couple of words of the conversation, as it's the only interesting thing that's really happened in the bar for a little while now. You catch the two words "new" and what do they be? And work. And then you don't really catch anything else in between. She then, at a slight nod from the barkeep, who is a bald on the top, hair around the side, kind of scrawny half orc, who just kind of nods in your table's direction. She quickly glances at your table and then turns back, gives a nod to the barkeep, and then proceeds to the bar towards the back, where a few people who are at a table immediately move as she approaches. You see them grab their drinks, they stand up, and they all vacate the table as she sits down, mug in hand, feet up on the table, and kind of just relaxes for a little bit.
Okay, it doesn't engage with anybody else in the tavern at all.
Not currently, no. She's kind of just sat on her own, but you see a few people that are just looking around. A few people look at her, and there's a few whispers. She seems to have she's well known. She seems to have an aura of somewhat respect, but also maybe a hint of infamy, but you're not sure.
Okay. I would say to the others at the table, didn't quite catch most of what that woman was saying, but it does look like she's after people to do her job. I could get up to the barman and ask her exactly who this woman is.
Yep, I'm gonna straight off the bat. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand, which is
Yep.
invisible.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab my tankard and I'm gonna refill it without anyone looking.
Okay.
Well,
Uh,
yeah.
So, are you approaching the bar to do this, or are you doing it from your table?
From my, how far does this go?
It goes 30 feet, so you'd definitely be able to get to the bar. The
Yeah.
tavern's not that big; it's pretty
Okay.
small.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So the hand's invisible. It's sliding almost across the floor.
Okay.
So
Oh. Okay. So, I want you to make a. Oh. Connor's lore. So the hand's invisible, but the cup's not.
Yeah.
yeah,
And so it would
it's
depend.
low on the ground.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't have a problem getting to the bar, as there's not a lot of people paying attention to the ground. It goes under a few tables and stuff. Make a sleight of hand check, but instead of adding your dexterity bonus,
Yes.
which is currently +2, you can add your spell modifier, so it'll be +4 instead. So just make an intelligence check then, that for the sake of it.
An 8.
An 8.
The good rolls start
Nice.
early.
Okay. Mage hand. Spells. Make a performance check for me real quick.
You'd have to. Wow.
Oof.
Okay, wasn't a natural one. That's fine.
Welcome to partying with me.
You will see a lot of these.
It's not even like it's my luck. It's literally generated by this site.
Exactly. I think Mithras is bugged or something.
Okay. So fortunately for you, because the tavern is quite loud, no one hears or really sees you cast the spell. It just gets drowned by the jovial cheer of the tavern and the music that's going on in the background. So the mug lands on the floor. It slowly slides across the floor. To everybody else, this just looks like a moving mug. There's no hand grabbing the mug. It's just a moving mug.
Yeah.
So anyone who does notice this, which would probably be everybody, notice this mug just go, like it goes up and over the bar. It lands behind the bar on a little shelf just underneath where one of the keg taps are. The hand moves upwards, pulls the keg tap down. But it is at this point that the barkeep, who has just taken an order from another customer, turns around and sees the keg pouring a pint, and he just looks a little bit confused.
Can I come in? On this moment.
Yeah.
Help
Alright.
me, Sleepy. Help me.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, Farfar sees the cup because it's already obvious. It's in front of her, moving, right? By its own. She doesn't see the hand. So she goes under the table, start moving towards it all the time, just like slithering on the ground while she's on
Yeah.
stealth, all right?
So you disturb a few of the patrons who are sat at these tables. Make a stealth check for me if you stealth in.
Yes, I'm stealthing. Baby!
Okay, natural 20. Okay,
Wow.
not a single customer sees you following this mug along the ground. Like you managed to bob and weave.
Yeah.
Wait, how did I do that?
Yeah, I should have done it last time. You managed to bob and weave under the tables between the legs that are kicking,
Yeah.
the hand slams on the table, the constant flailing around. You don't touch a single soul, and you follow this mug to the bar. The mug goes up and above over the bar.
No, stop here.
Okay.
Yeah, the moment that the bartender looks toward the cup itself, I want Farfar to steal from the bartender. He has money on him, right?
Okay. So you want to go behind the bar?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So the cup has gone up and over the bar. It's not gone around. It's gone up and over. No
Yeah.
one's noticed it just yet.
Yeah.
So you've seen this mug. You want to sneak around the side,
Uh-huh.
and you want to pickpocket the barkeep.
Exactly.
Okay. Let me just make a couple rolls, real quick. To myself. Okay.
You're not the
Just
barkeep,
an
okay?
alley all along.
Okay.
I think we're gonna die here, guys.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check with advantage, please.
Advantage is twice, right? All right.
Yes, you
13.
roll twice. Another natural 20. Okay.
Look at this guy. He just takes all of my luck.
So the barkeep turns around and notices this mug just start like it's been filled by it. So he hasn't done this. He's really so he approaches it, and the keg is at the very end of the bar near the hatch, which flips up and people walk through to get to the bar area and then through the door to the back.
Hmm.
And he's like stood there, and he has a little like on his belt he has a little coin pouch that seems to be his personal coin pouch. And yeah, you taking a little knife, little dagger. As he turns and is looking confused, you quickly, at the very second he spins, the coin pouch shifts slightly. You cut the little string that attaches it to his belt, and it falls down. You catch it without making a sound, and you slip back round the bar, back under the tables where no one notices, and within probably like 10 seconds, Falford disappears from the table and is back.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I see how much I got?
Yes, bear with me just a moment.
Probably wouldn't have even noticed. I'm too busy concentrating on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one noticed actually.
I'll say of that stealth roll, yeah, nobody's got any idea.
Okay, and then let me. You got unlucky. It's not some great rolls. So you get in this little pouch. There are 3 strips of jerky.
Mm-hmm.
That he seems to be keeping in there as like a little snack, and then there are what was it? 11 silver pieces.
11.
11 silver pieces.
Okay. I have
And
only 2 silver pieces. That's make me rich.
you should have a bit more than that.
Yeah, I know. That was luck. Anyways.
You didn't add your.
I should
No,
have.
I'm looking at the wrong character. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, it should have been 10 silver, right?
Oh, yeah. No, your background doesn't start with any money, which makes sense. Okay. So yeah, so you were pretty poor. So yeah, you actually have a bit of money now. That's fine. Yeah, and then you also get 6 copper pieces as well.
Okay. 6 copper pieces.
Yeah.
She
So
takes
11,
3. Yeah.
11 silver, 6 copper.
All right. She takes 3 copper pieces. Those 6, just spread them out 3 by 3. Gives 3 to Faust and 3 to Mithras while she's eating a jerky at the same time. She just doesn't mind. Like, she doesn't even look at them. She just throw it at them.
Oh, yeah. The 2 of you are sat at the table. You just see that Falfa just slides 3 silver pieces across to each of you for no reason whatsoever.
Right, just raising an eyebrow saying thank you.
As for the mug, a few seconds after you slip away, Falfa, the guy looks around the tavern, doesn't notice anyone suspicious, so he turns the tap off, takes the mug and gives it to the patron who ordered a drink.
Oof.
he can just drop the mug, right? Because no one is holding it. No.
My hands is my hand still on the tankard?
So your hand was it left the tankard at the bottom, and then it had to turn the tap on.
All right, so it's still on the tap.
And then like the guy turned the tap off, so the hand would have moved with the tap. So the hand's still
Gotcha.
there.
I'm gonna get an empty tankard and just get another one.
You're gonna try it again. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more
just
wary
gave
now,
you.
So he's gonna be a little bit harder.
I just gave you 3 copper.
Make
Oh
another
my God.
intelligence roll.
21.
Hang on. Okay. So this time he's dealing with a few other patrons, and slowly the hand moves a cup onto the thing, slowly pulls down turns the little knob on the barrel for the ale to pour out. Just make a general perception check for me.
Perception. 12.
12. Okay, that's enough. you try and figure out in your head how long it takes to fill a mug,
Yeah.
and then you turn the tap off with your mind, like, because from where you're sat, like,
Yeah, I
it's really
can't
hard to
see
see it over the bar, so you're kind of having to like guess a little bit, and then the mug lifts, goes down to the ground, goes above the bar. And then slides across the floor under a few tables, almost gets kicked over at one point, but the invisible mage hand manages to steady it, and then a beer, fresh 3/4 filled, you didn't get it all the way,
That's fine.
lands on the table.
As soon
Then
as
my
it lands
friends,
on
how
the
it's
table,
done.
she snatches it. Falfar snatches it.
Don't make me cast Firebolt this early. Are you snatching it?
I am, yeah. Should I do sleight of hands?
Make a
My magical hand's still on it, by the way.
yeah, but it's not that strong, you see.
Yeah, but it's got
It's
that
pretty weak.
and my hand. It's
So
two hands.
make a dexterity check.
Ooh, you're gonna lose. Where is the dexterity?
It should be at the top.
19. 24!
That's a save. So it
Oh,
shouldn't be
oh,
as
oh.
high. It's gonna be a +3 instead of +5, so it'd be 21.
Okay.
That's more like it. Give him the 8.
Yeah, give me the 8, it's fine.
Okay.
That was the wrong dice.
Yeah, I would say an 8 is not enough before it lands into Mithras' hands. So unless you want to try and take it from his hand,
No.
you do not manage to grab it out of the air as it moves onto the table. And you make a quick swipe for it, but you're too slow.
Could have let him have it. I was going to use something else.
What is Faust doing right now?
Was oblivious to you sneaking and taking the coin pouch, so he was on his way to go and talk to the barman.
Okay. So as all this is going on, as you approach the barman, Faust, you make a quick glance at the lady you saw enter and on the other side of the room, and she has a smile on her face.
Is she just watching me go up? Is she?
She's not looking at you specifically. Make a perception check.
Yep. 16.
You get the feeling she's looking at your table.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Faust kind of goes up to the barman and waits until he's done serving whoever he's serving.
Yeah, so as you're stood there, you see a floating mug pass you. Just gonna give it a quick glance about her, whatever.
Yeah, I kind of give a quick glance backwards to Mithras, goes look at the mug and just pretends to turn a blind eye to it. I'll say, hello friends. That woman on the table over there, kind of gesture towards the woman at the back. I noticed you motioning towards our table. I'm just curious as to who that woman is.
Ah, so you noticed that, did you? Well, she's always looking for some fresh blood who's got some need of work, and I figured that, by the looks of your types, we don't get any of that often. You'd be the types that are interested in some work. And, well, I'm sure once she's finished her drink, she'll probably introduce herself to you. But, so you're not going in with lack of knowledge. That young fella is Aravine Moonlight. She's the captain of the Dawn Chaser.
Ooh, okay. When you say captain, are we talking captain of a normal vessel, or are we talking more nefarious?
Oh, she's by no means a pirate. Oh, not at
Okay.
all, not at all. They wouldn't let her into dock if she was. But sometimes she takes on slightly less savoury jobs. Scavenging and the like. But she's well respected round here. And she's known to pay her dues when they're up. You couldn't ask for a better employer on these seas.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for pointing in her direction. I guess we'll wait and see when she approaches. I don't suppose there's anything else we should probably know about her before she comes over.
I'm sure what she wants you to know, she'll tell you herself.
Fair enough. Go on, give him a nod and yeah, head back to the table.
Okay.
All
Sit
right.
down, see if the others. Yeah, I think we may have some work coming our way.
So while Faust is coming toward the table, she sneaks again. Can I sneak again, or is she still sneaking?
What are you wanting to do now?
She's gonna steal again
Who from?
from the main character story one.
Wait, from Faust or from the woman?
From the woman, the captain.
So, okay, so from the woman. So she's on the opposite side of the bar. Like she's pretty much got a table to herself. But if you want to try and sneak up to her, make a stealth check.
All right. 11.
Okay. So as you, slightly more obvious this time, you duck under the table and Faust, you see Falford just like duck under the table and then like disappear, but you're able to spot her as she's like moving from table to table. She occasionally gets like kicked by a patron as she's passing through, and they're like, "Oh, what was that?" And they look under the table, but there's nothing there. Eventually, after a few seconds, Falford, you get to the table next to, or the closest table to where um, the lady is sat, and she's got her boots up on the table, legs crossed. She's just like observing what's going on in the bar, drink in one hand. And as you try and dart underneath her table, you come face to face with a saber.
A saber?
That's fast. Yes, as in a sword.
Oh yeah, yeah, all right.
Faster than you. You didn't even see her draw it.
Okay.
But yeah, like as you go to dart towards the table, you come to a complete stop in the middle between the two tables, and she's kind of there, still feet up on the table, but sword drawn and pointed directly at your face. It's like a couple of inches from your face, and she just goes, "Ah, ah, ah! Won't be having any of that nonsense from me. Back to your table, little one. I'll be along shortly."
Oh, okay. Farfar ever so gently touches the saber by her finger, and she peeks from beneath the table and says, and then she sneaks back to their table.
Okay. So as you reappear at your table, you definitely got her attention now.
Okay.
So a couple minutes go by, and as like you're all obviously, but trying not to be so obvious about it, are keeping an eye on her, assumingly waiting for her to come over. Eventually, she sits up from the table, dusts herself off, pounds the drink back, and walks over, grabs a chair from a nearby table. That as she walks near, some guy just gives it straight to her, and she takes it. She does the old like Riker sit down, where she faces the back of the table towards you and sits on it, arms on the back of the chair. Well, 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 well. What do we have here? Clearly, you guys don't seem the sort to be impressed by the fish, the talk of the tavern at the moment. This gigantic fish that's she smells slowly starting to rot on the table over there. I, as some of you may know, she gives a quick glance to you, Faust. I'm Aravine Moonlight. captain of the Dawn Chaser. Now, I don't know if you fellas are the seafaring type, but I won't be talking to you if you were. I have a strong crew and a strong ship. And I just need to fill out a few positions under the other duties as required by my ship. So, would you be interested in a new adventure?
As she, while she's talking, Falfar pulls out a jerky, the one she stole, and she slides it on the table toward her. She's like, jerky?
No, thank you. I ate not that long ago.
And Falfar eats it again.
But she leans close to you, Falfar. Steal from my friends again, and we will have a problem. And then she goes back to the rest of you. So,
I'm sure there's no need for us to be threatening each other. What kind of work are we? What kind of work are we talking about?
ha! Interest. Barkeep, around the drinks, please. And he gives a little nod. Don't worry, they're on me.
I'll have the most expensive beer.
So the cheap stuff still then. Excellent. She gives a wide toothy grin.
Got all the teeth.
Yeah, she's pretty well kept. Like all the metal buttons and buckles on her body are like shiny and stuff. The leather is well kept and not really fraying at any of the edges. Like the sword at her hip is pristine. She seems like a very well kept captain. What I need from you all is a bit of protection. And what I can offer you is gold. You will be my first line of defense. You see, there may be trouble on the open waters with pirates, monsters, and all sorts of other things that sailors lose their sleep over. But I also need you to accompany me off ship and to protect me during any shore excursions. At this point, the drinks are brought over and they're handed out to each of you. My immediate plans are to head over to the Moonshade Isles with a few boats of silk for trade, and then voyage down to Baldur's Gate. And then after that, we head to the deep south, and that's where the real adventure begins. If you decide the seafaring life's not for you, you can get off at Baldur's Gate. I'll pay you off, no harm done. One more thing, you can ask any of my crew though, and they'll tell you I'm good for what I'm offering. If you hold up your end of the deal, I'll hold up mine, and we'll all get paid. But you'd leave me high and dry, and by my name as Captain Moonlight, you will regret it. But that shouldn't come to that. So how about it? Are you interested? Would you like to make a deal?
Falfar straight away, as soon as she heard the money, she puts her hands forward toward her. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Work first. Agreement first. Pay later, little one.
Half?
Maybe.
Okay.
I'm sure a little bit of money up front just to make sure we are prepared for travels would be
Yay!
greatly appreciated by the rest of the party. Doesn't need to be too much, but enough just to make sure, we're well stocked if we're going to be protecting you for the journey across the sea.
Well, should you agree, you will earn as a member of my even though temporary, a member of my crew. If you were to agree, you would earn a day rate. that would be, you would get a day rate for every single day that you are on my ship. I would also give you a signing bonus. So an upfront gold value, an upfront chunk of money to show my professional nature and to give you the time to buy your supplies that you need for this adventure. Now, any salvage we come across, you will gain a possible, depending on value, percentage or fixed fee, depending on what we find. If it is good salvage, I will give you a bounty. And then any excess loot we find, I will give you, as a group, not individually, a percentage of the takings. Does this seem fair?
While you two are speaking with each other, Falfur puts her head on Mithra's lap and her legs towards Faust, and she's sleeping already.
Sort of like look down, say for fuck's sake. But I don't say it. I just look like that's what I'm saying. So the salvage.
Mhm.
What happens if we were to come across some magical items?
Well, it depends. Should we come across something that I have no use for, and it comes with some other stuff, I could be persuaded to let you keep it for a slight reduction in final payout, perhaps, just to offset the difference. As you may or may not know, some items in this world are of immense value, and some not so much. So that would be on a item-to-item basis. But as the captain, I do get first dibs. As that is my right, it is my ship you are sailing on. And as the captain, I do have things to pay. Dock fees, ship maintenance. I have to turn a profit, you see. So I can only do so much.
The terms are fair.
Well,
I'm happy to join aboard your ship.
Seems very fair to me.
perfect. The day rate I will offer you is 5 silver pieces per day. Does that sound fair to you?
Falfur
I mean, I'm not
wakes up
saying
when she heard the pieces per day, or gold, whatever, the money. She wakes up. Money? Yes. She agrees.
Excellent.
Sounds agreeable.
Perfect. Then she pulls out a little notebook. As for this signing bonus, I'm happy to give you, on agreement of contract and signing of said temporary employment contract, 20 gold pieces to the group, of course.
Okay.
So that would be,
Run.
I didn't have it on the table.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Do it.
Do it.
Could we, is 20 gold pieces a fair
Gold or silver?
gold?
20 gold.
Yes. For
That's
the
gonna
group.
be for the group, but after we finish the job, right?
No, that's a signing bonus. That's what you
That's
get.
a signing bonus. 20
Yeah.
gold.
So that's what we get
So
now.
upon signing of contract, you get as a group 20 gold pieces.
Falfar already signed the contract, and she's putting both hands on the table, just stretching toward her, waiting for the money.
I accept.
Okay.
Believe we have a deal.
And as for, let's say we were to find a treasure chest of gold, as a group, I would be willing to offer you 30% of the treasure.
Deal.
Perfect. Now,
She pulls a knife and put it toward his eye. Mithra's eye.
What?
wait, what?
She pulls a knife, her dagger,
Why?
because he said deal. As soon as he said deal, he puts the knife towards his eye.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
No, I'm not attacking. Just threatening. I didn't attack him.
My right hand and my right eye start resembling a flame. Like I'm gonna cast firebolt.
Well, she can't be. She can't be frightened.
Who
She's
can play
against.
this game, pal?
Oh my god. I think we had a chance to increase the gold, but okay, she pulls back the knife and sheathe it in.
Extinguish the flame.
Okay. Aravine looks like she's starting to regret her decision a little bit, as there seems to be a lot of animosity in this party. But she pulls out like a tube that she has attached to her hip, and she pulls out a few pieces of paper, and she snaps her fingers, and one of the sailors sat at a nearby table is like at attention. He sees her, and she runs over and he brings like a quill and a pot of ink, and puts it down on the table, and she says, "These are your contracts. If these terms are agreeable," and she fills in a few little details on each of the ones, like including your day rate, signing bonus, and your loot percentages and stuff like that. And she slides each one to each of you.
Farfar slides us back as it's already signed.
Cool.
Slides it back and wait for the money.
She rolls yours up and pops it back in the tube.
I'll sign it whilst the mage hand is drinking, feeding me my tankard.
Okay. She takes yours and rolls it back up.
Fast also slides it back.
Okay. Pops it in. Excellent. And she does a little whistle, and then another gentleman approaches, and she counts out 20 gold pieces into a pile, and then she slides the gold across the table. We sail tomorrow at dawn. Look for the Dawn Chaser on the dock. It is a rather large caravel. Ask around and I'm sure you'll be able to find it.
Not a problem. Fast does kind of clear his throat to say, familiar with Baldur's Gate. I'm not so familiar with the Moonshine Isles or the Deep South. I appreciate you say you're expecting trouble from pirates, but is there anything else that you're expecting trouble from as we travel?
The main thing is pirates, and obviously you hear tales of strange creatures and monsters that plague the ocean, but no one ever runs into those really. Like most of them are just fairy tales that give sailors sleepless nights. But you always need some muscle on board, just in the off chance that things do happen.
Noted. I guess we'll see you at dawn.
See you at dawn. Now, lady and gentlemen, I bid you adieu, and I suggest, for the sake of the mission, as she stands up, whatever inter-party conflict you have going on, I would sort that tonight. I'd hate to have one of you put in the brig. She smiles, tips her hat slightly. She nods to a few other members in the bar, and then she leaves.
Farvar says blah 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 while she's waving her hand goodbye.
Yeah, if you can't put a charred corpse in the brig, it's useless.
She
Nice.
ignores your comments.
I'm drinking.
And as she's going, you see her. She talks to a couple of people, like very quickly. Says hello, taps a few people on the back. Faust, you overhear the occasional time she speaks as she's on her way out, saying we're leaving tomorrow morning. Make sure the crew's ready and whatnot.
Okay, so it seems like most of the crew seems, or a fair few of the crew seems to be in here drinking
At
as well.
least a couple of them, yes,
Yeah,
are in
okay.
this particular bar.
I was making a comment to the table, say, probably be careful about who we upset in here. We might be travelling with most of them for a bit.
I just look at Falfa, saying, "That's you. He's talking about. That's you."
What?
Most of the people in here look like we're going to be travelling with them tomorrow, so be careful about who we upset.
Oh, okay. Farfar pulls out the last jerky she has and she gives it to Faust. Jerky?
I'll pass, but I appreciate the offer.
She throws it at Mitras.
Shit with my mage hand.
Make a dex check.
Dex.
Yeah.
11.
Yes, enough. It's
Nice.
only jerky.
Yeah.
Got it. And what's Optic doing? Is he just
It's just sat there.
Optic. Yeah. The missing link.
She is.
so
She was-
charismatic?
She is aware that he is an automaton.
Yeah. So I suppose I had a question around ritual casting.
Yep.
And so is this the sort of thing that you can just do anywhere, or do you have to have like a certain setting for it to?
So you can do it anywhere. You would probably need a little bit of space, depending on what you're casting, because it requires like a longer process to do it.
Yeah. Well, this
but
is like an hour and 10 minutes.
Why? What spell were you wanting to ritual cast?
I was gonna find familiar.
Okay, I would say that you would need, like, probably a room or a space just to do it. You won't be able to do it in the middle of a crowded tavern.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But like just like private quarters or whatever, not a problem.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's cast before we set off.
Is there a shop around?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
What kind of shops do we have?
You're in a major city.
Major
So
city.
whatever the, yeah,
Yeah,
you're in
well-
you're in like a capital city. You're in a massive city. So whatever the fuck you want, you can buy pretty much as long as you have the money for it.
The sun up.
The sun's setting, but the shops tend to stay up quite late.
All right. So then, Falfar, with one hand, she holds the 20 gold bag, and with the other hand, she holds Faust's hand, and she goes like, "Shop, let's buy." And she starts moving, tries to pull Faust with her.
So for the sake of brevity, what are you looking for? What do you want?
Probably weapons.
You already have weapons.
Is
So,
it
like,
because it's a major
what-
city? Aren't there going to be upgraded weapons, like magical weapons? If not,
You're gonna buy that with 11 silver pieces.
no. Actually, we have 20 gold, and I can steal.
We have 20 gold.
Yeah, the thing is, Falfar is holding the bag right now.
So you can inquire, but you spent a little bit of time in the city, and you have a basic knowledge of the world. You would know that 20 gold is not going to get you a single magic item.
Okay.
We won't even get a healing potion for that.
Yeah.
What about what about a clothing shop?
Yeah, what kind of clothing you after?
I'm looking specifically for cloak, stealth cloak. It's called or something. Some magical.
It is going to be extremely expensive, way out of your price range. Like
Just
you're
tell
looking
me,
at
is it
hundreds
there?
and hundreds of gold. for magical items.
I know. Is it there?
You want to try and steal
Yes.
from a magic shop. Right. Do you have a second character sheet ready?
Okay. Change my mind.
Stealing from a normal vendor, fine.
Okay.
Stealing a multiple thousand gold item from a shop with magical protections. I hope you like a new character because you're gonna die.
Dubak is around.
GTA
Dubak is
server.
Dubak is in the city as well.
If you want to bring in Dubak, say so now.
No, I'm not. All right, just she did this move. You see, she held the bag and she
Right.
held the Faust hand. She wants
Right.
to go out.
So we can
Are we
start
going
the
out?
adventure. If you what shopping do you want to do within reason? What do you want to buy? I'm not going to RP the whole scenario because we'll be here forever.
Yeah.
Like,
Was
just tell me what you want to get, and I'll tell you if you can get it.
I want like throwable stuff and
Yeah, what
yeah. Tell me.
like throwing daggers? What
Uh,
like flasks of oil?
Flasks. Yes, I
Like,
do have oils on me. 2 of them.
Please tell me what you're after.
The
You a prize for it.
oils that can deal some kind of damage, like dot damage, like poison and stuff.
Okay. So you want to make a Molotov.
Molotov is okay. One of them, yeah.
Okay, so that would require a flask of oil and to light said flask of oil.
Okay. I have those in my bag already.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. She doesn't want to buy anything. That's it.
I guess it was kind of implied from the conversation that we wouldn't have to worry too much about food when we were traveling.
No. You get basic provisions.
Okay.
So you are treated as a member of the crew. So you are like fed and watered as if you were a member of the crew.
Hmm.
So any food that you may need, maybe on like long journeys off ship, if there are any. But even then, they'll bring their own. They'll bring provisions to provide for the crew.
The whole time I'm puking over the side. I hate water.
we'll get to that.
Actually, I know what. I've been having major deja vu about this whole one shot so far.
Yes, you've done the first part of this one shot before.
Okay, yeah. Because I remember Aowen going out and buying a tricorn so she could be a captain as well.
Yes.
I'm very tempted to get Faust to do the same thing.
So as for the throwing thing, the only other thing I can think of is a flask of alchemist fire, which costs 50 gold pieces a flask. Which I don't think you have. So.
No. So yeah, let's move on.
Any basic items that you want to get with whatever money you have on or your signing bonus.
We might need the medkit. What's it called? Is it called the medkit? No. Healing bag or something?
Yeah, it's healer's kits, I guess.
Kits, yeah.
But I don't know how much they cost. Would I have any idea off the top of my head as a healer?
Let me think. You could go to a herbalist and get one for about 5 gold.
5 gold.
Okay.
Yeah, one of you should do this purchase because she's crazy.
Yeah.
She's crazy.
Faust will go up and get a healing kit just as a backup in case he does run out of spell slots as the cleric for the group.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, you get a healer's kit, which includes things like bandages, salves, and splints.
Yeah.
And the kit has 10 uses.
Okay, that's cool. So down to 15 gold.
Yeah, you should be able to find one on the D&D Beyond thing.
Yeah, looking for it now.
And you add it, yeah.
Healer's kit. Cool. That's equipment. Cool. Done.
Cool. Anything else you guys want?
To get turned up.
No, she's done.
Those guys just left me in the tavern, so I just got smashed.
Okay then. I'll say it probably for an extravagant night of drinking, where you make friends with some of the crew after a couple of drinks, and they become like relatively friendly with you now that you're part of the crew. I'd say it probably cost you a gold piece for the drinks over the course of the
Who
night.
said I paid for them? That's fine. I'll pay for it. My mage hand's getting tired.
I'll tell you what. Roll a d10, and then that will subtract the amount of silver pieces of free drinks you managed to get.
9.
Okay, so you spend a silver piece and you get bladdered.
Yeah, boy. Okay.
Wow, Faust is babysitting. Okay, so as the rest of you bed down wherever you decide to bed in the city, Mithras, you end up sleeping in the same room as some of the sailors that you're going to be traveling with. So they get you up quite early in the morning, as they're all, while still hungover, they know their job and what they need to do, and they crack on first thing in the morning. They leave you with instructions of how to get to the ship and what the ship looks like, so you can easily find it. Whatever the rest of you do with your evenings is up to you, but morning comes round and the four of you gather on the docks of Waterdeep. After someone pointing out, and Mithras, you recognizing a few of the sailors who are currently loading the ship, you see the Dawn Chaser. The large mainsail is dyed blue with a crescent moon design in the center, and you can see the ship is buzzing with activity as the crew members are preparing for departure. As you all approach, Captain Moonlight addresses you as you're all like, for most of you, this is your first time on a ship. As you're all like shakily walking the plank, like the gangplank, to get up onto the ship. Um, she leans over the railing. So she's on the quarterdeck, which is the bit, the back at the top where the wheel is. I think and that's the quarterdeck.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. And she leans over the railing and goes, "Ah, I hope you slept well. For these sea dogs," and she gestures to the crew. There's odd things for people sleeping on dry land, but on the bright side, you get drunker a whole lot faster. Well, we should be away in about half an hour. So grab yourself a untaken bunk in the crew quarters, and yeah, we will be off soon. Paige, where are you? She shouts. Paige goes, "Here, Captain." Um, and this like little girl runs up. This is Paige. She's one of the cabin boys. She will show you to your bedrolls. She's like, Paige, show them where to go. And she's like, okay. And she runs down the little stairs to the end of the like the boarding plank where you guys are all stood now. And she's like, oh, this way, follow me, follow me. She takes you into the middle deck of the ship, where there are a few like bunks strung up. Everyone has like a little chest, like pushed onto their bunk in their sections. She shows you where you'll be sleeping. It comes with like a little hammock that strings up between two poles, and they're double stacked, one above the other. And it's a little cramped in here, but it's not too bad. Obviously, it doesn't smell too great, as you get the feeling that there's going to be a lot of sweaty people in here, especially when it's You've been on the sea for a couple of days at least. But it'll do. Yeah, you all get set up. You store your stuff away that you're not carrying on you, and within the next half hour, you hear the few shouts from the captain, signaling the ship's departure. The ship sets sail soon after you're shown on board. For the first few hours, the crew. Oh, yep.
As soon as the signal goes off, Farfar runs to the deck and she holds the steering wheel.
Okay. So as you head up to the quarterdeck, there
Gotta
are
get another character killed. Fucking hell.
there are already two people that are on the steering wheel, like, and the ship's quite busy at the moment. As people are like climbing up the rigging, tying ropes, like shouting directions and stuff like that to the captain. The wheel's constantly turning a little bit, and as you go to try and grab the wheel, you are like battered away by one of the people that are working there as he's trying to turn the wheel a little bit. He says, "Shoo, little one, shoo, little one. This is not for you."
Game! Me! My turn.
No, go away. Shoo, vamos.
She kicks him in the shin. Famous.
Okay. As this altercation is going, the captain is not far away, as she's like constantly shouting orders to different members of the ship to do different things. She approaches you and she pulls you to the side, and you feel her arm like squeezing quite tightly on yours. It says, "If you get in the way of my ship, I will throw you overboard."
She totally ignores her and puts her hand on. She holds her belt on the side and starts following her, like nothing has happened.
Start following who?
The captain around.
Okay.
But she asked for protection, right?
The ship for protection. Okay. What would she do? Let me think.
When she said that she'll throw her overboard, you just hear me in the far distance saying, "Do it!"
Did she, like, after she's like getting in the, like she's shouting orders, she's moving across the thing, and she keeps bumping into you. She leans down to your level, and you can see the stern expression on her face. It's like she starts to get angry now. She says, "If you do not move and go below with your compatriots, I will throw you overboard."
Spotting
she
a little
didn't
bit
do
of
that.
spotting a little bit of trouble, Faust will walk over and motion towards Captain and say, "Whilst we're on the ship, I don't think many of us have had much experience being on a boat before. I don't suppose it'd be possible for some of us to perhaps learn a little bit. Obviously, Falfa is quite eager to learn about navigating and helming a ship, so I don't suppose it'd be possible for her to at least be able to
Yes,
maybe learn a little bit
navigate!
from the ship."
Yeah.
I will allow observation when we are not trying to dodge ships in port. At this moment in time, this is a very precarious position, as we are not the only vessel on these waters, and as you look around, you can see there's about 40 to 50 other ships in the near vicinity, either parked or like in the bay where the dock sits.
Mm.
And you get the feeling they're pretty busy right now.
Mhm.
And she says, "So if you would be so kind as to remove the short one from the current things, we will see about teaching you some roles in a more safer environment."
Faust will, motion to Falfa to say, probably a bit better once we get out into the open seas. Be a lot more space to actually navigate around a little bit.
Alright, she holds. Farfar holds Faust's hand and she moves with him.
Yeah, Faust is very much on diffusing of any trouble as best you can.
You're in for a busy one shot. While that's happening, I'm casting ritual casting Find Familiar.
That's fine. I will say, for the sake of that you did it the night before or in the morning,
Okay.
in your thing, and because it's takes a while to do, and I will say because you have that spell available to you, your familiar would already be out.
All right, yeah. So I walk up.
So what
with a
familiar do you
raven.
have? A raven. Okay.
Yeah, raven on my shoulder.
Okay. So for the first couple of hours, as the ship is exiting the dock, it is quite a slow process as they do have to navigate around quite a few ships. But the crew seems very capable and knows exactly what they're doing, and with the orders from the captain, it is quite smooth sailing. And eventually, you pass through the final section of like dock, which is this like mostly enclosing wall that protects the bay, and it's got like a few watchtowers on and stuff. And as you leave into open sea, you see a few more ships almost queuing up to get in, as this seems like an extremely busy port. Bear with me one moment. Uh, Fucking box, man.
Yeah, fucking bots.
Yeah. Past few days, it didn't even cut off. Right now, it's dying.
Hold on. What if you want to give that a go?
Okay. How do I get out of channel and then bring it back in? Clear.
Again.
There we go.
Yeah, this is more like it.
Okay.
On D&D Beyond, anyone knows how to make the screen black, like the theme black? It's very bright. It's annoying.
Is a setting somewhere. I can't remember where it is. So
I'm trying to find it. It took me a while. Didn't.
character set. Not entirely sure how you set it to dark mode. Oh yeah. If you click manage in the top corner next to your character's name, and then there should be a button below where it says rogue. Change sheet appearance. You can do it that way.
All right, there we go. Thank you. Oh, this is much better. All right.
Okay. So after the first like hour or so of like navigating the dock and stuff, you finally get out into what is almost open sea. You can still see the land behind the ship. But for pretty much all of you, this is the first time that you guys have ever been on the ocean.
That's a Bob Ross
And
origin.
pardon?
That's a Bob Ross origin picture.
I'm sure
Painting.
I just picked one because it looked good. So yeah, it's the first time that you guys have been out on the ocean. And almost immediately, most of you feeling quite queasy. But after the first few hours, as you finish packing away all your stuff, you get it like situated in your bunk, and you're all just like enjoying the scenery as the seagulls fly around the ship, as the crew now not in a as fast paced motions that the ship is set. The sails are catching the wind. Like the captain's no longer really shouting orders. The ship's kind of just gone into autopilot. The captain, who is currently stood at the bow of the ship and his like leg up on like a box and is just like looking over the horizon as the ship is slowly starting to turn southwards. Each of you in turn, wherever you may be currently on the ship, is approached by Paige, and she says to you, the captain wishes to speak to you. She's waiting at the bow if you would be so kind.
Thank you, page boy girl.
You could just call me Paige, sir. And she like
Okay.
does a little curtsy and then like scrambles away looking for the other people. And then she approaches each of you in turn.
Yeah, Farfar moves with her straight away.
Okay. So as you all approach the captain, she's just like she's looking out on the horizon, just keeping an eye out for things. And she says, "Ah, excellent. Friends, I haven't been entirely straight with you. It couldn't be helped, unfortunately, as there's too many unfriendly ears in Waterdeep. But now that we're not in Waterdeep anymore, well, I can speak freely. A ship called the Fortunate Sun was lost at sea about a month or two back. And a little birdie tells me that she's been carrying some very, very valuable cargo. She was part of a merchant fleet sailing for Am, and that fleet hit a terrible storm and was split up. Some of the Fortunate Sun's crew were picked up in open water. A few days later, and said they had abandoned ship just before she ran aground on a small island just north of Mintarn. That is about 50 leagues of south of about where we are now. I reckon I can guess where the Fortunate Son was wrecked. A place that people call Storm Island. Now, not many people know that this island exists, and I've never landed there myself, as the weather around that island is always terrible. And there's a very nasty reef that surrounds the island. But I think that we will find the ship there. Now, as it happens, I have a connection to the Fortunate Son. My pap, used to pilot her back in his sailing days. Long time ago now. Talking 20, 30 years. And I want to see what became of that ship. And if she can be salvaged. Now, the fact that my dad used to pilot that ship gives me as much right to the salvage as anyone else. Well, if you don't agree, you can kind of keep your opinions to yourself. Now, I just thought I'd let you know what's actually going on before you get a little bit more surprised on the fact that we're not going to Baldur's Gate. Savvy?
Savvy?
Insight check.
Yeah, make an insight check.
14.
14. She's a little guarded.
Mhm.
You don't detect any lies.
Okay, it's more basically in case there's anything else that she might be kind of withholding.
Hard to tell.
Yeah, okay.
From what you can tell, she tends to keep things like pretty close to the chest. Yeah.
So, with that in mind, the fact that we're going after this potentially grounded ship, is there anyone else you expect us to bump into who may be also after the Fortunate Son?
Well, like I said, not many people know where she ran aground. And while there are a number of people that know she did sink, as merchant vessel, quite valuable, bad loss for some people, not many people know the location of this storm island. I, fortunately, am one of the few ones that do. Now, I couldn't tell you exactly who else knows, but if I've only found this information out relatively recently, you can say the same for anyone else that may know. Not many other people have a ship and a crew willing to do this, to risk themselves for loot and glory. Isn't that right, everybody? And you hear a "Hooray!" See?
Only reason I ask is obviously you wanted protection.
Oh, of course, and that is still your job. Now, obviously, the pirates that I mentioned and the sea monsters that she doesn't seem to take quite seriously, they still pose the threats and the possible protection that we may need. That was never in question. But help recovering this treasure or whatever cargo that this ship was carrying could be quite lucrative for all of us.
Falfar, while you guys are talking, she's digging her nose and agreeing with you guys.
Yeah, Faust kind of like turns to the others and just waits to see what everyone else thinks.
Don't like being lied to. Okay. High percentage of the loot.
apologize. I'm afraid the contracts have already been signed. You agreed. Now, depending on what we find, some things may be more of use to you guys than it would be for me. And maybe I would be willing to part with a certain few things more than I normally would. But we have made an agreement. I have the contract right here. And, well, while I have a mutual respect for those that sign on to my crew, my patience only stretches so far. But like I said, lots of valuables could be found.
I want
And,
dibs on at least one magical item,
of course, where is your sense of
Regardless.
adventure?
of cost. My sense of adventure is in magical items.
Well, I tell you what, when we come across our bountiful haul, we will judge it on a case-by-case basis. Is that more fair?
That's the exact same as what it was.
Exactly. She smiles with a big grin.
My character just walks away with his raven.
Yeah, Faustus kind of looks at Aravine and says, "Don't so much have an issue with what we're actually out here to do. I mean, I appreciate that in Waterdeep you couldn't be too open about your objectives, but if you had been open about this in the first place, I would have happily accepted to help. But
Well,
yeah, as we were,
considering you signed on for a simple job, the fact that this will be a grand adventure with even more salvage than I led on in the first place, surely that is just a better side to the deal.
the mission hasn't changed as far as I'm concerned. Our job is still to
Exactly.
protect, so I'm still happy for the most part.
Exactly. Fantastic. Well, it'll be a few days before we get there. So for now, make yourselves at home and try not to get onto too many people's feet. But as you mentioned before, any particular role that you're interested in learning? Now that there's no danger of crashing into any ships, of course.
Yeah, Faust kind of beckons towards Falfa.
Falfer looks at the steering wheel and she points at it.
Ah,
Game.
well, no, unfortunately it's not a game. And if I do say so myself, navigation's a little bit boring. Because for the most part, kind of just stand there and hold the wheel. There's not
Okay.
really much turning involved.
Is there anything interesting in the ship itself?
Well, she thinks. And she leans down to your level and she points upwards to the crow's nest right at the top of the main mast.
Mm-hmm.
He says, from up there, you can see for miles.
Oh,
That is my favorite place on the ship.
okay. That makes Falfer happy, and she kind of runs toward it. She wants to climb.
Yeah, she doesn't no one stops you. And then she leans into you, Faust, and she says, at least that'll keep her out the way. And then she walks off.
All right. Yeah, Falfer is standing there, looking at the horizon.
Yeah, it's a pretty small platform.
Yeah.
And there is like a small guardrail, and there is already one guy up there. And he's got like a short spyglass, and he's occasionally looking through it, and he's just keeping an eye on this horizon. He gives you a little nod as you come up, and occasionally loans you the spyglass so you can take a look around. And yeah, for the moment it's clear skies. There are only a handful of clouds. It's very warm up there in the hot sun, but it's nice. You can feel the sea breeze, the rocking of the ship.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's quite nice. It's quite serene.
So, as far as the upper level of the ship itself, there isn't anything interesting that we can interact with, or someone.
It's a ship, so obviously there are no cannons,
Yeah.
as gunpowder in this universe is extremely rare.
Hmm.
So there are a few like barrels filled with like crossbows and stuff. But mostly those are like sealed and stuff like that. But they're put like near the sides. There's obviously a lot of rigging that holds up the sails and stuff. There's a few people like scrubbing the deck. But it's just general ship stuff. Like nothing super interesting.
Okay.
And yeah, like yeah, it's a pretty simple ship. It's about I think. Let me have a quick look. It's about 55 foot long. From bow to stern. So it's by no means a small ship. Like there is like a decent sized crew. Um, but it's by no means like a brigandine.
Okay. Then just Farfar stays there and enjoys the moment.
Okay. So it's a little boring for you guys. You don't really have all that much stuff to do.
Yeah.
And for most of you, the first day is pretty rough. Like now that you've got out onto open waters, the ship's like moving quite a bit, and for some of you, you are a little bit queasy. Um, None of you have the sailor background, are they?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, Faust was a courier, but Eberron, for the most part, is entirely.
I think it's
I think it's
landlocked.
Pangaea, isn't it? It's all landlocked.
Yeah, I think it's
So,
mostly
yeah.
landlocked. Yeah. So, um, okay. So the entire first day goes like by without an issue. For the first most of the day, you can still see on the I think starboard side, which is the left side of the ship. You can still see vaguely in the distance land, as you seem to be heading like roughly south. Um, but yeah, the first day goes by without any problems. I would like you all to make Constitution saves, please.
Oh. Can't save. And there we go.
Okay, that is for each of you a success.
Whew.
So while uncomfortable at sea, none of you are severely ill with seasickness, and so you all feel like you're slowly becoming accustomed to getting on your way to getting your sea legs, basically. But like so, the first night goes by. The crew takes watches. It's like a skeleton cruise, like only 3 or 4 people on the deck, and they just keep an eye out in the night. Um, this night, none of you are asked to go on duty, and you all get a full night's rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the next day dawns, and it's still another beautiful day on the ocean. Like sparse clouds, blistering sunshine. The crew is in like automatic mode where they know their jobs. They keep up with them. There's no slacking. There's a few people who are scrubbing the deck. Like occasionally adjusting the sails as the wind may change slightly, and the direction of the ship changes and stuff like that. As part way through the night, you notice that the ship has veered away from the coast now, and it is just blue. as far as the eye can see in all directions. Is there anything specific you guys want to do for the next day?
There isn't. No, not for the character. No, not for me.
For the most part, Faust will just be patrolling, kind of on deck from the front to back of the ship, just keeping an eye out.
I'm in the crow's nest with my bird.
Okay. Okay, so the next day goes by without any issue as well. You occasionally see in the distance what looks like another ship, but no one seems to ring any alarms, and like the distant ships just seem to sail past at the very edges of the horizon. Probably assume that they're either trade ships or like military vessels or something like that. You're unsure at the distance because they are like specks on the horizon. But another day goes by without anything really interesting happen. At one point during the day, anyone who's on the deck, they see like a pod of dolphins swims relatively close to the ship. I think dolphins live in tropical waters. I would assume so. But yeah, other than like a bit of sea life, yeah, nothing really goes by. Occasionally, there's a few like dice games on the deck that a few of the people play. They don't really gamble for money. They gamble for like little bits of their rations and stuff like that.
Ooh,
Oh, I'm in.
I'm
Get me
in.
in there.
I'm in. Fall for zone.
So the rations are pretty basic. Um, it's basically like for every most of the days it's let me see. It's like sea biscuit, which is like hard bread, like tack. And they get like a few pints of ale, and like or grog, depending on what they want on that day. And then every day it alternates between salted pork and half a pound of cheese, which is like part of your daily rations. And then every few days, like I'd say every other day, you get um a nicer hot porridge meal in the morning, um, which comes with like some lime juice and stuff like that, just to keep the scurvy at bay. Um, and yeah, it's not. It's by no means the best of food, but it's enough to keep you alive and healthy for the time being. Um, at night times, drinking, gambling, and singing goes on, and there's the occasional friendly fist fight just to practice and stuff like that. It's a pretty tight knit ship. You get the feeling that the majority of the crew has been on at least a couple voyages with the captain, and they all know each other quite well, and everyone gets on relatively well. There's not really any issues, and from conversations that you have with the crew, they all seem to very much respect the captain. Like she's never done them wrong. They always get paid. Um, and yeah, apparently it's a pretty good ship to work on. But as you all, during the middle of the day, on the middle deck, were the people that are off duty or like on their break, like the ones that take the night shifts and stuff, are currently playing a version of dice poker. Um, so if you each wish to join in,
Yes.
um, I would like each of you to roll me. This is probably going to be easier to do it um, on roll 20,
All right.
because you can send it to me directly. Let me just pull up a notepad real quick. Okay. So I would like each of you to roll me 5d6. So it works the same as poker. So you've got pairs, 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind, full houses, stuff like that, depending on what numbers you get. So on the
How do you
left-hand
do?
side of Roll20, you have your little menu. There's the
Right
little
hand.
dice, left-hand side,
Oh, I
top
see it.
left.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Make sure you hit the GM button first,
Okay.
so it sends it only to me.
I should have just sent it to you. Hopefully.
Yeah. So
Should I roll d6?
I need 5d6.
There we go.
Okay. Right. So the total doesn't matter. I think you actually sent that to the main group, Malcolm.
I definitely clicked. I used the advanced dice roller, but I did have GM selected.
Anyone
I
else see
actually can see
Falcon's
it.
roll?
Yeah, I can see
Oh,
it.
okay, that's fine then. That's fine then.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just roll a couple as well. Right. So I assume you all know how poker works.
No, not me.
Okay. So it's pretty simple. So what you want is as many matching dice as possible. So okay. So print. Where's my snipping tool? Okay, I'll put this in Discord. Dungeons and Douchebags. Right. So obviously, instead of using letters and like the high numbers, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a pair would be, for example, 2 1s, or 2 2s, or 2 3s, so on and so forth. If you have then 2 1s and 2 2s, you have 2 pair. And obviously you've got 3 of a kind, straight, full house, 4 of a kind, and 5 of a kind. So you can re-roll once any dice that you choose. So if you look at
The numbers I rolled.
So if you look at what you rolled,
Yeah.
and then message me on Discord, which
Number I want to change.
so not which number, because that might get confusing if you have 2 of the same number, but which position. So dice number what? So obviously dice number 1 would be.
So what we re-roll as so if I want to re-roll, say like 2 dice, I re-roll 2d6.
Yes. Okay. Let me just write down what you've got. Alright, so Mithras has that. Falfair has that. Crew number 1 has that. Crew number 2. So, right. So
So,
Malcolm, you're re-rolling your dice. That one to that. Okay.
You can only do that once, can't you?
For now, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So which of your dice are you re-rolling, Mithras?
wow, this is really good. The second dice for the first of the
Yeah.
three,
Yeah. So the first one.
and then the last dice for the second.
Well, but you re-rolled 3 dice.
Oh,
So
do
you
I
have
have to? I have
yeah.
to use all of them.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah. So
do.
you're actually re-rolling a dice that you already have.
Fuck. All right, let's talk logistics. Can I re-roll? Wait,
Okay. So
this is such an awkward way of doing it.
what did
This
you? What
is
did you?
why dice, right, are important. That's why people use dice.
Okay. So I've still got your original numbers, right? So ignoring that roll for now. So obviously as it appears on the screen, the 5 that you rolled, which ones do you want to replace with a new roll? So you've got dice number 1, which is the first value, dice number 2, which is the second value, 3, 4, so on and so forth.
I want to keep 3 and 4.
Yeah, okay. And you want to re-roll the rest?
Yeah, but then there's no fucking point. It just stays as it is.
Okay, so that's fine. So yours is you're done.
That was
Um,
can't explain how the fuck that happened.
yeah, that's just unlucky. Okay. So Sleepy, then you wanted to re-roll one of yours as well, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I already
So
sent
if you
you.
do that, yeah, but you haven't re-rolled what number you've got. So you have to actually re-roll the dice.
It's D6 just once.
Yeah, just 1d6. Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay. Whatever.
Right. So then for the crew,
Dun 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 dun.
he's gonna re-roll one of them. Okay. And then he's gonna re-roll one of them as well. Okay. So at this point, it's a round of betting. So the first person to bet is going to be one of the crew members, who's a pretty old geezer. He's got an eye patch over one eye. He's like pretty much completely bald with a couple of wisps of white hair on the top. And he's got like a bit of a lisp, and like half of his jaw is like looks like it's been dislocated a couple of times. He's like, "I'll bet my 1 mug of ale," and he puts like a little like token to represent like a mug of ale. "One of these of mine today, I'll give you this. This is what I'll bet." And the second crew member goes, "Who's like a younger lad, seems to be like quite fresh faced. He hasn't quite gotten his full sailor tan yet." And he goes, "I'll match that." He puts a token in to match his 1 mug of ale. And then Faust, you're next on the table.
Insight checks them both.
What you're looking for?
Basically, how confident they are in their hands.
Okay, sure. Make an insight check.
22.
22. Both of them seem reasonably confident, but not super confident.
Okay. Do we all have these tokens representing Mugs of
Yes,
Ale?
yeah. They would have been
Okay.
given you at the start, yeah.
Yeah, Faust will throw a token in.
Falfer, you're up next.
Can she do an investigation on their cards to see what kind of cards they
So
have?
So
Or is it?
everyone, so the way this has worked is everyone's dice is covered by a cup.
Oh.
So you can't, so they can see them when they lift it up, but no one else can. So you can make a perception check if you want to try and see when they're checking their own dice.
Yeah.
But that's up to you if you want to give that a go. If you want to try and peek.
No, but she's gonna. What do you call it? Not fold. She's gonna like play
Like
with them.
match the bet. Okay, so
Cool.
you put
Yeah.
your token in as well. And then you Mithras.
I just match whatever's in the thing.
Match. Okay. Right. And then once again, each of you gets to re-roll as many dice as you want after the first round of betting. So just message me which number of dice you want to re-roll, and then
Can I
re-roll.
just say the same and reroll?
Yeah, you can do the same if you want.
Same, then I reroll.
Okay. So file for
Ooh.
yeah. Are you rolling the same ones again, Faust? Which ones are you re-rolling, Malcolm?
I'm just picking now. It'll be that one, that one. So die.
Are you re-rolling the same ones?
Give me a
Yeah.
second. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 5.
1, 2, and 5. So that. He laughs out loud.
There you go.
So dice number 2, dice number 3, and dice number 6. So 2, 3, 6 for you.
Yep. Yeah, so put the end to what it should be after all of that.
So yeah. Okay. So the old geezer, he's looking around the table. I've already given up one mug of ale for this. It's not worth it. I fold. He puts his cup to the middle with the dice underneath. The young guy looks around the table, seeing Mithras laugh. He's like, "Yeah, I think I got this. I think I got this. I think I got this, guys." There's a couple people gathering around now, seeing what's going on, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put in 2 of my mugs of ale for today. I think I'm gonna got this." So he slides forward 2 more tokens. Faust.
Slides in 2 tokens. Doesn't even
Buys in 2
hesitate.
tokens. Okay. Falfert.
She raised it by 2.
Ooh,
Wait, so
that'd be 4.
That'd be
so you're
5 in total.
adding an additional 2 tokens, so you put 4 in.
Actually, it's
Okay.
5 total.
Yeah, 5 total because there's already 1 in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're adding 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So you push in 4 tokens, and the few people are like, ooh. Mithras,
How many tokens have we got?
as many tokens as you want to spend.
7 million.
7. Within reason. Like, you've only been on the journey 2 days. It's like the second day.
I'm
The
gonna
best
raise
part.
it by 1. Ooh.
Oh, so an additional 1, so it's now 3 on top. Okay. The lad on the crew is looking a bit nervous now, and he's just like, no, he matches.
Okay, so he calls, doesn't he?
Yeah, he calls. That's back to you. So that would take up your entire portion today, and start going into the next day as well.
Yeah. Inspire it for a second. Yep, slides in another 3 to call.
Okay, he calls. Falfer
She raised it by 1.
raises it by 1. Okay.
Calls. Not stupid. Like some small people keep raising it.
The other Cranberry looks again, like being super secretive. So he calls as well.
I'll still call. Slides another 1 in.
Okay. And with that, everyone's like looking at each other, and everyone slowly lifts their cup up. You immediately quickly look around at everyone's dice. Faust with 2 pair. Falfer with a lower 2 pair, with 2s and 3s. Faust with 6 and 5s. Mithras has, I believe, a full house.
What?
Yep.
Full house 1s and 4s.
What?
Yeah,
What?
boy.
The old man, I'm glad I pulled out. He has 2 pair 5s and 6s. And then you see the last
Sleight
one
of
to lift.
hand. Sleight of hand.
It's too late. Everyone's already lifted.
All right.
Like it's unfortunately, because everyone lifts at the same time.
Yeah.
Any sleight of hand you want to do, you would have to do when you were rolling.
Okay.
And then at first you see what looks like an unhappy face as he's slowly lifting, as he glances at everybody else's, and you see the young fella with a full house, 2s and 6s.
What? 2s and 6s. Wait, that's
Hey,
higher than.
Instinctively punch him in the face.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Hold on.
It would be an unarmed strike.
Have a 9.
Unfortunately, in his excitement of winning all this beer and increasing his rations for the day and probably the next day or 2, as he gets like extra rations from this, your tame and not very reliable strikers punching is not your forte. Kind of seems more like a well done, you did it punch on the chest, like good job. And he kind of smiles. He gets like a few cheers. But yeah, unfortunately, you lost.
Oh my god.
And then for the day, you're a little bit more like unhappy as you don't get any of your beer allowance, and any of your allowances given to the young man who has quite a night, but within reason, as he knows he's at work, and yeah, but unfortunately, he is the victor.
Yeah. Faust is very indifferent to losing all of his beer. Not that fussed.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I'm livid.
Yeah.
Can I
Fall
swap out a spell for instead of shape water? Can I go shape ale?
I'd say it would work on ale.
Would it?
I'll allow it.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna empty his tankard and I'm gonna shape the water back into my mouth.
So
I'm gonna drink it.
while he's not looking, the first tankard he gets, as he goes to the quartermaster and gets his first tankard, as he puts it down on the table, and when he's not looking, you quickly cast a spell. What are the components to that spell?
Opponents, it is somatic.
Somatic, so it's just a hand gesture. Okay.
Like got two fingers out, closed fist, lift up and into my mouth.
I will say a couple of the other sailors see this, but they're actually quite impressed by it, so they don't say anything. And yeah, you end up like looking like kind of like a chipmunk with like the majority of a full mug of beer in your mouth, just like as he turns around, looks at his mugs and thinks someone else has drunk it.
Worth it. And I just start gurgling it. Like
It's not the greatest of beer. it's about as serviceable as you'd get.
I'm trying to be as obnoxious as I can about the fact that I've just stole his beer.
He's too busy celebrating his probably the biggest victory he's had in this game. Of like a full days and a bit of extra like grog rations.
How many tankards has he got? Like throughout the night?
So he doesn't drink them all in one night because he knows he still has to like get up for like watch or work and stuff like that. So he doesn't get smashed. But he immediately goes and gets his first one pretty much straight away. Which is the one you steal.
Yeah, that'll teach that bastard.
Question.
Yes.
Is beer flammable?
Not really.
Not really. All right.
It's not a it's not a spirit. There's, unfortunately, there's no vodka on the ship. And yeah, the quartermaster and the like the kitchen staff tend to keep an eye on like overconsumption and stuff, so people don't get drunk for their shifts and stuff.
All right. But Falfar is happy that she played the game. She doesn't care that she lost.
Okay. And so the next day, for most of you, goes by without issue. Mithras, you're a little bit seething at your loss, thinking you had it in your pocket, but just got beat out by the kid. But yeah, at the end of the second day, I would like you all to make Constitution saves again, please.
Oof.
You have to make us sick. No matter what you try, man.
Sorry,
No.
Okay.
That is a check, but the value for the bonus is exactly the same. It's +2 to the save and +2 to the check, so it would still be an 8.
Okay, it's still an 8.
Yep.
That's fine. Are you proficient in them?
No.
No. Okay, that's still an 8. Okay, that's fine. So Mithras and Falfar spent a couple of days on the ship now, and you've gotten used to the swaying of the ship and the constant rocking, and you finally feel like, after the end of the second day, that you've got your sea legs and you're fine.
On the other hand,
Faust, for you though, you managed to survive the first day. But for some reason, the second day, the seas were just a little bit more choppy. and especially like during the evening at night, you really couldn't sleep. You were constantly up out your bunk to the deck, throwing up over the side with a few smirks from the sailors. And unfortunately, you don't get a great night's rest, and so you gain a single level of exhaustion.
Okay.
What does exhaustion do?
The first level of exhaustion, I don't think is too bad.
Disadvantage on.
Yeah, it's just disadvantage on
Yeah.
checks.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, the
But it
last
does get
level
worse.
kills you, right? The last
Yeah,
level.
level 6 is death.
All right.
So yeah, you wake up the next day and you are still quite queasy.
I was quickly looking at my spells, but I don't think Lesser Restoration is going to help me an awful lot.
It might do actually.
Okay, give me a second.
I think lesser restoration.
He is going to unprepare aid, and he's going to prepare Lesser Restoration for the day. So it does.
Oh wait, no, I don't think it does. Never mind.
Okay.
Let me just check. 5e lesser restoration.
Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. You touch a creature that can end either one disease or one condition.
Yeah. Unfortunately, lesser restoration doesn't get rid of it.
That's cool.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
So it's creature restoration. Okay. Yeah.
So as you all bed down for the second night, let me see. Who is top of my list? Faust. You are assigned to first watch.
Yep.
So you're obviously not on your own. There are a couple of other members of the crew on board and who are also on watch. But you are given the station at on the midship. Just keep an eye out on the sides and stuff and just patrol for the first few hours of the night. So can I get you to make a perception check, please?
Yeah. Is it with disadvantage?
It will be with disadvantage.
Yeah, 1 sec. Alright, twice. I don't think it's a thing on Roll20 that allows you to specify disadvantage.
On D&D Beyond there is. You can right click where you would click the check and then you can select.
Aha, there we go. Disadvantage and roll. Decent.
15. Still not bad. Okay. So it gets quite chilly at night. Once the sun's gone down, as the sun beats the ship quite heavily, and you as well as most of the sailors as well, but they have kind of got accustomed to it, and a lot of them have are quite tanned. For you, it's pretty oppressive. So to stand out in the night where it's nice and cold or nice and cool, like there's a faint bit of like breath that you see when you start to breathe out, but it's not super freezing. Like you just bundle up in like a cloak and you're pacing up and down the ships. You hear the occasional like seagull just squawk. Oh yeah, it reminds me of the music gone.
Yeah, he's got his traveller's clothes, so just kind of throw his
Yeah.
thick coat on with a nice big hood.
Yeah, and the fact that you're wearing like armor and stuff, kind of like cushions you from a lot of the heat, a lot of the cold, should I say? But you being the perfect person for this with your humongous dark vision, like 300 feet is pretty far. Your watch goes by without any incident.
Good.
And as one of the crew members relieves you from duty, you head back down. You get what remains of the little bits of night sleep you can manage. Unfortunately, you don't get to lose the exhaustion point this night because this is the night that you got it. As you are occasionally woken up with the need to vomit.
Yeah.
Like you still get the benefits of a long rest, but you're just exhausted.
Yeah, no worries.
But as the night wears on and the ship starts to come alive, you begin to hear something as a sharp sound emerges from around the ship, and it starts off very quiet, and as it spreads, it gets louder, and you hear the ding, 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 ding of a bell. And as that happens, pretty much every crew member rolls out of their bunks and immediately is like slamming on claws, stuff like that, and they're like running up the stairs. And you hear someone shout, 30 seconds till you're gonna be on deck! And everyone's like getting rushing to get ready, boots on, claws on, and they're all like running up the stairs as you guys are kind of like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
So you guys
yeah.
get ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you chuck on your claws, chuck on your armor. It takes a few minutes longer for some of you as you're wearing heavier armor. And you head up the stairs, probably the last ones to go, as you're not as prepared as the crew members are. And as you get up on deck, the captain is already up on the quarterdeck at the back, and you can see her with a spyglass looking out the back.
Okay, Faust will turn to the back of the ship. Can you see anything within 300 foot in the night sky?
So it's not. So the sun is starting to rise now. It has come over the horizon. Make a perception check.
Disadvantage still.
Yes.
Can I investigate? Investigate?
Investigate is more of a close range thing.
Yeah, 9.
Perception is a longer distance kind of thing. From at the moment, the direction she's looking, you don't see anything.
Okay.
And as she hears you approach, she drops the spyglass. She says to the ship, and like she's not looking directly behind. She's looking like off to the side. Probably if you're looking, it'd probably be at like 5 o'clock from the back.
Yeah.
And she's like looking. It's a few miles out yet, but there's a ship and it's on an intercepts course. It's a bit bigger, and she's still looking through the spyglass, and it's got the wind, so it looks like it's gonna catch us. So she looks at her second mate, and she's like, right, get ready. And he's
Yeah,
like,
I'm ready.
everybody to stations. And you see people like grab a couple of crowbars out. They open up a few barrels, and everyone starts handing out swords and crossbows and a few short bows and stuff like that as they're being passed to the crew. A few people are starting to climb up into higher positions on the rigging and stuff. But yeah, everyone seems to be getting ready for a fight.
Yeah, I'll head up into the crow's nest.
You're gonna head up into the crow's nest as well. Okay. So as the ship continues to move, eventually, probably after about 30 to 40 minutes, most of you begin to see now in the faint distance what looks like sails, and then you see a ship, and it seems to be gaining on you, not super fast, but enough that the wind is directly at its back, and it is heading straight towards you. It's a slightly bigger ship, so it has a few more sails than you do, and it's probably gonna catch you maybe in the next hour or so.
I'll say to the captain, what's the plan? Are you looking to flee? Are we looking to prepare to engage?
Well, I don't think we're gonna have much of a choice in this regard, as it's getting pretty close now. As you look, you can now see the majority of the ship. Can't make out any crew just yet because it's still far enough away. It's probably like a couple thousand feet.
Okay.
But it's catching up quite quickly. She turns to you and says, "I think we're gonna be in for a fight. They're not flying any colors. Probably in that case, pirates. So I hope you're all ready to go."
While they're talking, Falfur, with sleight of hands, she grabs the binoculars, or whatever you call it. She tries to grab it so she can look toward the ship.
At this point, you can see it. You don't need
you know,
the spyglass to see it.
Is there a chance that I can see what kind of enemy we're facing?
Make a perception check.
Perception check. There we go.
The DC is quite high because it is still quite far away.
No, with the binoculars.
Even with the spyglass.
Spyglass, yeah. So it's 10.
10. It's hard to make out. You see movement on the ship, but it's hard to see what they are.
All right. Yeah.
And then she snatches it back off you, and just gives you like just a little look.
Yeah.
Say, "Stop testing me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just one more thing before you continue. On roll 20, it's the name is Dobak on bottom left.
Cog at the top, in the top right, and change your display name.
Where is? Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go on.
That's okay. Yeah. If you, like another handful of minutes go by, and you see the ship beginning to close, closer and closer. It is probably at this point about 600 feet away. And for the sake of this, I'm gonna get you all to roll initiative, please.
Initiative.
11.
Yeah, 5 with disadvantage.
Oh my god, snap.
I don't think it counts as a check, so you get to roll that with a normal roll.
The first roll was still a 5, unfortunately.
Okay, so 5 for the two of you, and then 11 for Balfour.
I guess optic as well.
Can she
Yes,
go
I will roll
stealth before anything?
Yeah. What are you hiding behind?
The crow's nest. If just as a scenario, if she goes to the crow's nest, can she jump? No, that's gonna be painful. She's gonna hide in one of the barrels.
You can hide in one of the barrels.
Yes, empty barrels.
Okay.
She's small. She can fit.
Yeah. You don't have a problem fitting in one of the barrels.
Yeah.
So it's one of the barrels that has been emptied of weapons. Now there's no longer any swords or like arrows or anything in it or bolts.
Mm-hmm.
So
Should I make a stat check?
yes, please, Falf.
10.
10. Okay. Take is 13. And then Faust. 5. Faust and Mithras, what are your dexterity bonuses?
+2.
Yeah, +2.
Okay, what are your dexterity totals?
15.
15.
Fuck. Okay. You could decide between you who goes first.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
go first.
All right.
Okay. So at this point, the ship is about 600 feet away, and as the captain is like looking off the back, you hear a curse under her breath. Fuck. Goblins.
Shit.
And you see a bit of confusion on the crew's faces before they're like, right, fucking goblins. Okay, sure. Right. So for the moment, top of the round, Optic is just gonna draw his weapons. Does he have any? Doesn't have any ranged weapons. Okay, that's fine. And he's just gonna stand in the middle of the ship, waiting. As you know, something's going on. He's aware, and he's just gonna stand there. Falfer, what are you gonna do? Or you're hidden in the barrel. Is there anything
Yeah.
you want to try and do?
Yes. But the ship didn't reach yet, right? It's
No, it's
the
like
combat.
600 feet away at the moment.
I do have oil flasks. Do I have to fix them to make them Molotovs, or just throw them?
So if you threw them, it would be a splash of oil, and then you would have to have a way to ignite them.
Okay. Can I put something in them, like a cloth or whatever? And then, because I do have a candle to burn them.
Yeah, sure. I will allow you to turn as an action, or for like pretty much your entire turn, is to turn one of your flasks of oil into a Molotov, basically.
All right.
So yeah, so you pull the cork,
While I'm
and you stuff
hiding. Yeah.
yeah, so you stuff a bit of a rag in there, and you make it so that when you light it, after a few seconds, there's fire attached to it as well. That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Faust.
she's not gonna put it on fire yet.
Yeah. I know
Obviously.
that. Yeah.
Right. All right.
Faust, is there anything you want to do?
He is going to load his crossbow, his light crossbow, and he is going to hold an attack action until they get within the outer range of the crossbow's attack, which is 320 feet.
320 feet. Okay. And Mithras.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out. So it says while my familiar is within 100 feet of me, I can communicate with it
Yes.
telepathically. Additionally, as an action, I can see through familiar's eyes, but it doesn't give you a range on how far I can do that.
Okay, so the way I see that working is within that 100 feet, you can give it commands. But beyond that, you can see through it, but you can no longer give it commands. So if you give it a command beforehand, like say, go over there and then come back, it will do that. But once it leaves that 100-foot range, you can no longer command it, but you can still see through it.
Would it still respond to the command if it goes past that?
A command given previously, yes, but once it passes that 100-foot threshold mark,
New.
it cannot hear you anymore.
Yeah. So if I tell it to go to the ship and come back, can it do that?
Yeah, it'll take a good few turns for it to get there.
I mean, it's 600 feet away.
Yeah, and how if let me check. 5e Raven, what's its flight speed? So it can go with an action dash 100 foot around.
Good.
Yeah.
Do that.
Okay, and are you looking through it?
Yeah, I'll be looking through it, so I'll sit down in the crow's nest.
Okay, cool. So your Raven flies off towards the ship behind. It's buffeted a little bit by the sea winds, but it's on its way now. So that's like I'd say at the end of this round, 100 foot behind your ship, so it's 500 feet away from the enemy ship. Okay. So at the top of the round, the ships move closer. So now they are approximately 450 feet away from each other. The two ships. Optic does nothing else. He just waits. Anyone else want to do anything at this point?
Waiting for the first enemy that he sees.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I think Falfar's ready.
Okay. And then Mithras, your bird moves 100 foot closer.
Yep.
So it's now what, like 200 feet away, I think, something like that. It would have been 450. Yeah, so 250 feet away from the ship. Now yours is. Okay. Okay. And then end of that round. At this point, those that are paying attention, depending on where you're stood, if you're waiting to shoot arrows, Faust, you're probably at the back of the ship. With a few of the other crew who also have short bows. Falfar's in a barrel. Optic stood midship, and then Mithras is high in the crow's nest. So it gets to about 300 feet, so you can make an attack roll with disadvantage.
Yeah.
As now you can start to see these small creatures jumping up and down on the ship. You see a few of them on the rigging, and they all seem to be like shouting and stuff like that.
Well, for some reason, I right-click disadvantage, but it still didn't roll it, so that'll be a 6, unfortunately.
A 6 to hit. Unfortunately, a 6 does not hit, as it just, and you lose sight of it. You have no idea where your arrow went.
Yeah, which sucks. The first roll was natural 20.
A couple of the other crew members fire. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. Yeah, as a volley of arrows is fired by like a handful of the crew members. You're not sure at this distance if any of them hit. But yeah, a volley of arrows goes over. Anything else anyone wants to do at this point? Mithras, your raven gets above the ship. None of the crew seem to notice it or pay any of it attention. And you can see there are a couple of dozen at least small goblinoid creatures milling about the ship. How high up is it flying?
So it would have been above me in the crow's nest, and it would have just flown
Okay, so
at the
like
same
probably
level.
still quite high, yeah. So you from your vision at this point, it gets the ship, it does a few circles and then heads back. You see quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
Just make a perception check for me. See if you manage to count them all in the few passes that you get for it. It just looks like a lot of them.
I'd like. Can
We
I roll anything
started.
above a 5?
We started.
And then yeah, your bird begins to fly back, pretty much at the same speed of the ship. Is heading towards you, basically. And it seems to be like maneuvering itself, so it's going to come alongside you at some point soon. So yeah, another round goes by. It gets
No,
up.
no, my turn. We skipped my turn.
Oh yeah. So it's still 300 feet away.
Yes,
Sorry.
exactly. I was waiting for this. She pulls off the short bow and fires.
Okay. Yep. So make an attack roll.
Yeah, sure. 18 to attack. Damage.
Okay. Roll damage.
8.
8. Did you need to roll at disadvantage? Sorry, because it's what's the range of the short bow? Short bow
320.
320. Yeah, so you need to roll at disadvantage. So roll to hit again.
Okay, so 21 still.
Still
Okay.
hits. Oof.
So 8 points of damage.
And I'm hiding. Does that...
Yeah, so you'll get sneak attack. So roll an additional 2d6. There should be a sneak attack button if you scroll down on actions.
No, I don't see it.
I do. It's there.
And
So where you had your short bow and
oh
stuff.
yeah. 2D.
Scroll down
Roll
on that
it.
menu. It's there. Yeah.
9.
Okay. You're not sure if it hit at this distance. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Then
Okay, so
she hides again.
Okay, bonus action hide. Roll another stealth check.
15.
15. Okay. So then as the ships get closer, they're about 150 feet apart now. Your Raven Mithras is starting to lag behind a little bit.
That's fine.
But yeah, anything else anyone wants to do this turn?
No, I've exhausted everything.
How far is the Raven now?
The Raven is approximately 200 feet behind your ship, so 50 feet behind theirs.
Okay.
So like a ship's length behind theirs, basically.
Cool.
Faust will take another crossbow shot disadvantage.
Make a attack roll at disadvantage.
Oof, 9.
9. You lose it in the glare of the sunlight.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and you're not sure if it hits or not.
Yeah, no worries.
The crew's gonna fire another volley.
I'll BRB very quickly.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. Are you doing anything this round? Far for this is a different round.
Yes. Again, short bow attack.
Yep. So I'll make another attack for it.
That's 200, right? They are at 200 feet?
Yeah, but they're still out of your normal range, so you need to do it at disadvantage still.
Alright, 24
They're-
and
they're
then
150.
9
9. Okay. Roll damage.
damage. 5 sneak attack.
You can do, yeah.
10
Okay. You're not sure if it hits or not.
stealth again. 11.
Bonus action stealth. Yeah. Mithras, are you doing anything?
How far's the bird?
The bird is about 200 foot.
Okay, well, I still can't do anything with that. Let's have a look. I don't have anything that's.
But the ship's 150 feet.
I will put. I will cast Mage Armor on myself.
Cast
Wait,
Mage
can I
Armor
do that?
yourself. Yeah,
I can't do it this time if I'm controlling the bird, though, can I?
yeah. You would have to drop control of the bird, I think.
I'd rather keep the bird. I'll wait until I get within. So can I use that as like a? As soon as it's within 100. Well, it's coming back to me anyway. So do I still need to see through its eyes? I can come out of the eyes.
Yeah, you can. It's going to come back to you anyway. You can come out of the eyes.
All right. I'll come out. I'll come out of the vision and I'll cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay, no problems. You cast Mage Armor yourself. That brings your AC to 15.
I'm back.
Welcome
I
back.
will come back.
Mage Armor. The target space AC becomes 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
13 plus Dex mod.
15. Cool. So you cast Mage Armor yourself. You stayed up in the crow's nest.
I'm still in there. Yes.
Okay, cool. Right. So at this point, at the top of the round, at 20, initiative for them. What's their bonus? That. Okay, so at initiative 20, which is the top of the round, the ship now catching up to the Dawn Chaser. Yeah, catches up to the Dawn Chaser, and now you get a good look at your opponents. You see a large group of goblins, the majority of which are on the side of the ship facing yours, and they've got grappling hooks ready. There's a couple of each that are holding boards, and as the ship pulls up alongside you, you hear the two hulls as they scrape up against each other as they almost ram your ship. Fortunately, it doesn't burst any holes in the hull that you notice. And they immediately grappling hooks onto the sides. The boards come over to like join the ship together, and goblins quickly begin to stream across. Okay. Okay. So the first wave, you have 6 goblins, some of which that swing across on ropes, some of which that run across the boards, immediately going into combat with the crew. And a couple of them run for you guys. At the top of the round, it is going to be Optic's turn, and he immediately steps towards the nearest plank, and he is going to swing his warhammer at the nearest goblin. Let me just put some music on.
What was Optic initiative?
Like 18.
Shit.
Something like that, 13. He beat yours.
Yeah.
Right. Alright, this bot fucking sucks.
Get rid of it. Boom. Got Probot as well.
Obviously ignoring the cannon fire, but you know, it's best I can do.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Atmosphere.
Yeah, so almost immediately, the goblins begin to board your ship as a large group of them jump across the planks and swing in on ropes. So Optic is going to bring his hammer down on one of them. And 16 does indeed hit. And the first goblin that crossed the plank is met with Optic's hammer as he just uppercuts it and sends it sprawling into the water to be food for the fishes. As the rest of the crew begins to engage, you see swords and arrows being fired at different goblins. You hear the clang of swords. Next up is going to be Falper, as you're hidden in this barrel and no one seems to know you're there currently.
Nice. So, can we have a picture of the battle itself?
There is no battle map for this. This is all going to be in theater of mind.
Okay. Is their ship, actually close to like 20 feet?
Yeah, it's literally it's on the opposite side of the ship to where you're currently hidden.
Okay.
But it's pulled up next to, and there are boards now connecting the ship.
All right. But I want to throw a Molotov with my bonus action. Can I do that with the bonus action? Yeah, throw.
No, it's an action to make the attack.
Oh. How far are they? The 6 guys, the 5 remaining guys.
So the ones on your ship are probably within 10 to 15 feet of you.
10 to 15. Are they clumped up together? Or
No, that they're kind of spread out, engaging the crew. As well as like heading towards some of your allies.
10 to 15. Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that came out across on the first boarding party. About 9 of them.
All right. Is there a way to throw a Molotov but not hitting our friends?
It'd be tricky.
It would be, yeah, but I want to throw it at their ship.
You could try and throw it. Do you want to throw it at the ship or onto the deck at some goblins on the deck?
At the goblins, yeah. If there is a
Okay,
chance to hit the what's it called, the ropes, as well.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Okay, an attack roll.
So it's gonna be
as a throw.
So it will be a thrown weapon. So it'll be just roll a d20 and add your dexterity. Yeah, just +3.
D20, roll for everyone. +3. Think it's enough?
So 18.
Yeah.
Okay. So you use your bonus action to light the flask of oil. As the dried material that you used, you chuck it.
He's
Mhm.
we did not just chuck that on our ship.
It's not on our ship. It's on their ship.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You throw it to the enemy ship where a bunch of goblins are waiting
Yes.
to board, and it does hit a goblin and shatters on them.
It spreads 5 feet only around the goblin.
Yeah, so the goblin begins to as he's like set on fire.
Yeah.
And takes some damage.
Should I roll the damage or?
No, it's a fixed amount of damage.
All right. Cool. I'm 10 feet away from the remaining ones on the ship, right?
Yes, you've used your action and your bonus action. You have your movement
I
left.
move 5 feet away, only 5 feet. So I'm gonna be 15. And in turn.
Okay. So because you're in this barrel, it's gonna take you additional movement to climb out of the barrel. Not much, probably just like an extra 5 foot of movement, and then you're on the edge of the ship. So you're on the right hand side of the ship. The barrel's up against the edge, and the fighting's on the left hand side of the ship. So you're about as far away from the fighting as you can get currently.
Oh.
So you can either move up or down the ship.
Oh, so I was on the other side. Yeah, I wanted to
Yes.
ask you. Then no, I'm gonna have to move forward toward the fight itself. But
So you want to move towards the fight? You wanna move-
keep distance and like 10 feet.
Okay.
Keep it 10
Okay,
feet.
so you get out of the barrel and you just
Yes.
you're about 10 feet away from the fighting.
Yes.
But the fighting will slowly start to spread across the
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay. At the end of your turn, it is now Faust's turn.
Do I see any goblins which look like they have taken an arrow or any damage?
You would have to make a perception check as your action.
Okay. What he'll do instead, then, he will toll the dead on the nearest goblin he sees.
There's the goblin he sees. Yeah. It's a save, isn't it?
Wisdom 14.
Wisdom 14. Goblin sheet. That is a 17.
That succeeds. So he
Succeeds.
takes.
Don't think he takes any damage.
Doesn't
from
take
Toll the
any.
Dead?
No.
Yeah. So, how does this spell look when you cast it?
So you see Faust step forward and he reaches underneath the scale mail. You see there's actually another necklace which has a symbol dangling from it, which represents a sun rising above a large body of water. And he steps forward, puts his left hand forward whilst his right hand clutches the medallion, and he basically just kind of shouts forward and says, "Please assist us. Take care of these evildoers." And he just watches this kind of just blast goes forwards, and unfortunately in this case, just goes wide.
Okay. So as this spectral gong dings, unfortunately the sound of the battle and it just does not make an impact on the goblin that you chose as it's continuing to fight some of your things, but it does notice you. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
He'll use his movement to position himself. How long's the ship?
The ship's about 55 feet.
Okay, he will position himself on the opposite side of the ship to where the goblins landed, if possible.
Yeah.
In the middle of the ship, so he is smack bang in the middle.
Okay, so you're pretty much right next to Falfer.
Yeah.
And like Optic's like 10 feet in front of you on the opposite side of the ship, like knee deep in combat, defending himself.
Yeah,
from,
he's going to stand back so you can see everything, so you can throw out heals and everything.
Cool.
DDP combat because they're all so small.
Exactly. Mithras, it is your turn. You have a very good view of the battle. You can see the battle raging below you as the crew are now fighting with the goblins that have boarded. You can see a handful more goblins getting ready to board as a second wave. Yeah.
I'm going to. So how far down? How high up am I?
Probably like 20, 30 feet. I don't know how high is a mast.
Pretty high. I'd say.
About as high as the ship is long, usually.
Yeah.
But average sailboat mast height. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. You're probably like 50 foot up.
Okay. So I can only shoot right down and.
You probably couldn't shoot right below you because there's like rigging and sails in the way. But you
I've
could
got a
probably
60-foot
shoot
spell.
stuff on their ship.
Yeah, just trying to think of hard. So the new goblins, the second group or the third group, however many groups have come across now, the ones that are just coming over the plank.
Yeah, so the second group of goblins that's getting ready to board. Yeah.
So as the first one runs onto the plankway, I'm going to cast Mind Sliver on him,
Okay.
which is a 60-foot
So it's an int save.
int save 14.
17, unfortunately. It saves.
What is it with you rolling this fucking? These are goblins, man. They should be only rolling d10s.
The size, I think the size matter.
Unfortunately, the one that you choose, as it steps onto the plank, you see it cringe slightly, and it looks up at you, and it gets a short bow out ready, with a
Okay,
big grin on
and
its face.
I'm going to. Well, fuck that guy. Well, I can't go down that way. I'm going to start heading down the mast.
Okay, so you begin to climb down some of the rigging and the ladder in the middle. You do get reduced movement speed, so you go half speed while you're climbing.
Yeah.
So you're going down full 15 foot.
A full 15-foot.
Okay, so you get down 15 feet, and you're now like arm hooked on the ladder, and you're like surveying the battleground. Okay. Next up are the gobbles and the crew's turn. Okay. Between the captain and the crew, as the captain is now also in combat, she charged with her men on the first charge. She came running down the stairs, like saber drawn. She wades in with her men, not shying away from a fight. That would be that. As between the crew members and her, they each managed to slay a couple of goblins. As a few crew members take a few hits, but they're all okay for now. As the goblins just keep coming at the top of the round. Let's see how many more. A few more goblins run across the gangplank. One swings over and lands next to you, Falfer, as he tries to get over the main body of the group. Lands. He has to make a dex save. Wrong one. He makes it. He lands next to you, ready, and he swings for you. He's going to make an attack against you, Falfer.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
That's a 21 to hit. You take 3 points of slashing damage.
We're gonna die here.
as it lands next to you and slashes at you, and it cuts like a slice across your arm as you go to fumble to get your weapons. The other two engage with the main group, as one of the ones that was engaged with the main group. That many. Is steps back slightly and fires a short bow. You do get partial cover for this, Faust. So you get a bonus 2 to your AC because there's a lot of bodies in between you and it. And it's the one you tried to toll the dead at. It wanted you. That's not the right button. But it's fine. I'll add its bonuses. That is a 13 to hit.
That is a miss.
Actually, no, it's not. It's just a 16 to hit.
That is a miss.
A miss. As the shot connects, it just bounces off the armor that you're wearing. As it looks at you. That's fine. Okay. Optic, in the thick of the fight, he's just going to bring his warhammer down on one of the creatures. That is a 13 to hit. Believe that misses. Does indeed. As the creature he hits brings his shield up and bats the hammer off to the side. As Optic, he doesn't really do anything. He just gets ready for his next attack. I think he only gets one attack. Yeah, attack per action.
What is optic, by the way? Didn't explain that.
He's a fighter.
Fighter. And what kind of fighter?
Yeah. Battlemaster.
All right.
Okay, so that's the end of Optic's turn. 1 second. Disadvantage. That's a miss. So as you're climbing down the ladder and the rigging, Mithras, you see passing like a few feet in front of your face this large like javelin that comes from the enemy ship, and it just goes straight past your face. From where you are, you don't really see where it came from, but that was pretty fucking close.
You wee bastard.
Falpa, you're up.
All right. I had a question, but I forgot about. Anyways, there's one of the goblins are in front of me, right?
Yes, one of the goblins is literally right next to you and Faust.
All right. Next to me and Faust.
You and Faust are pretty close to each other in the middle of the ship.
All right. Pull out my short sword and I, as fast as I can, just stab him in the chest.
Yep. So make an attack roll.
Attack roll. Oh my god, 7.
Unfortunately, the goblin is ready and deflect your attack. Anything else you want to do? Bonus action movement.
Attack again with a bonus action.
Yep. So make an attack roll with your offhand dagger.
22.
22 hits. So it's a D4 but without the +3. So that's 4 points of damage. Because it's engaged with Faust as well, you get sneak attack.
No, I don't. He already
Yes, you do.
saw me. Oh, yeah, because of Faust. Yeah,
Because
that's
Faust is
good.
there,
Yeah.
Also considered a threat.
Yes.
And there we go.
Marginally, but yes.
Yeah.
It's a
9
9.
points of damage.
That'll
So
do it.
as it deflects your first attack, you notice it leaves itself wide open, and you just ram your dagger that you draw and ram it straight into its jugular, and you push it across its neck as it just gargles and falls to the ground, dead.
All right. Where is Optic? How far is he
Optic,
from
like,
Faust?
So you and Faust are like basically stood next to each other on the right-hand side of the ship,
Uh-huh.
as far back as you can get. Optic is on the other side of the ship in the middle of combat.
Oh, shit. Okay. What about the captain?
The captain is in a group with a few of the crew as well as Optic, and they're all fighting goblins
On the left side. All
on
right.
the left side of the ship. Yes.
Then she stands where she is. That's fine. With her. Enter.
Okay. Okay. At the end of your turn, that is Faust's go. So as Falfer dispatches the goblin that landed in front of you, swinging off a rope, gives you a little bit of free space to do what you like.
Cool. Faust takes a quick look around and kind of mutters to himself, I should probably do this sooner rather than later. He's going to step forward, and this time he's going to pull that holy symbol out from under his armor again, and he's going to use his channel divinity to cast Twilight Sanctuary.
Twilight Sanctuary.
So the rest of you see him thrust the medallion forwards and kind of mutter under his breath, "Protect us from this evil." And you see a giant sphere of twilight within a 30-foot radius suddenly covers the entire ship. At the end of any creature's turn, I can grant it one of the following benefits. It can either add 1d6 plus 4 temporary hit points to its health pool, or I can end an effect causing it to be charmed or frightened. That lasts for a minute, so I will allow that for any crew member of the ship and the rest of the party.
Is there a limit to how many it hits?
Nope.
Okay.
Anybody within the radius.
Okay.
That's
So,
insane.
and what's the radius? 30 feet. So that's pretty much going to be everybody.
Yep, the entire ship.
Uh,
Why
yeah,
move?
the entire ship. Probably not lengthways. So like the stern and the bow don't get hit, but the entire central of the ship, where the majority of the fight is taking place, is now plunged into. It is not darkness, but it is very like dim light.
It's like a dusk twilight
Yes.
kind of color. Yeah.
Yes. So like a dark purplish kind of like atmosphere takes over, and you swear the few of you can see like stars almost, as if it's like a clear night just as the sun's gone down. And you feel this energy well up inside yourselves, and each of you gains. So if you can roll the 1d6 for me. So
Plus-
7
plus 4,
temporary
yeah.
hit points. Yeah.
Everyone has 7 temporary hit points on top of their health bonuses.
Mithras is still above 30 feet, so he doesn't get it.
Whenever a creature ends its turn inside the sphere, I can do it. So next turn he'll be able to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. So is that concentration?
It is a channel divinity effect. It is doesn't say concentration.
It lasts for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated. Yep. Okay, cool. So it's not concentration. Perfect. Is the fear on every creature? Can you choose either or is it just one?
I can choose one of the two, so I can either grant hit points or I can end an effect.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so that's fine. So the goblins look a little bit confused, but still continue to fight. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No. Don't need to heal anybody at the moment. Don't need to Misty Step anywhere, so that will do. He is got shield. Basically, got his shield out now. Has his rapier drawn just in case anything gets too close, and he's just readying. But yeah, that's it. End turn.
Okay, Mithras, you still have a good view of the battle, except weirdly enough, there seems to be like a dome of darkness below you. You can still see through it, but it's as if it's nighttime in a small section of the ship. It's super weird.
Hey, I'm gonna go in it. I'm gonna go.
So you go down another 15 feet, yeah. So you're about 30 foot up off the ground now. Like 25, 30 feet, thereabouts. So when you end your turn, you'll get these temporary hit points.
Okay, so how much movement do I have? If I use all my movement to get down.
So if you use just your movement, you get down another 15 feet.
Okay, what if I Misty Step down as a bonus action?
Yeah, so you can Misty Step What's the range on Misty Step? Like 100 foot?
60, I think.
60 feet?
One bonus action. Briefly surround them
30.
by silvery mist. You'll teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see.
Yeah, I was going to.
So you'd be... Yeah, I'd say you'd be able to get down without much of an issue from where you currently are without spending any movement.
Get
You
down.
might drop like 5 feet, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's fine. So if I misty step down, and then I want to run towards one of the plankways where the goblins are coming on.
Yeah.
Can I reach that within 30 feet of movement?
With the, yeah, you can, yeah.
And then,
Like there is a bit of fighting in front of it, so you are in melee range of some goblins now.
so what my plan is to just use Burning Hands at first level.
Okay, so to cover the gangway and the opposite ship.
Yeah, and catch some goblins on our side if I can.
Okay. I'll say with careful aiming, you are able to capture probably from the angle one goblin on our side, but
Yeah.
maybe a couple of goblins on their side as well as the plank and their ship.
Okay, that'll do.
So let's see. Yeah, so it's dex saves, isn't it? So just roll damage for me. So and I'll roll some dex saves for the gobbos.
10.
Okay, what's your your spell DC? Is it 14?
14, yeah, so
14.
got
Okay,
one.
so only one succeeds. Is it half damage on?
Or half as much damage on a successful one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so 5 damage, and then you rolled 10 damage to the burning hands. Okay. So as you misty step down and begin to move towards the far forward plank, as the fighting is thickest around the middle one, and you can't really get through to it without hurting your own allies. So you go to one of the flanking ones, and as you get there, there is like a goblin about to cross, and he looks at you as you flay out your hands as the fire erupts out, and you see him engulfed in flames. You also catch just off to the side a little bit of the railing on your own ship, but it's only like singed slightly. But the one goblin on your ship manages to dodge most of it, but still takes a little bit of damage. And is singed and burnt, but still standing. And you manage to kill one goblin on their side, two goblins on their side as well, as the two that were closest to the gangway. The gangplank itself is now smouldering and starting to burn, and so with a few of the ropes on the enemy ship as well.
And I think I've literally used everything I can.
Yes. Yes, you have. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
After you are the gobbos. So the one gobbo that you set on fire with the oil flask, Valper,
Yeah.
is rolling on the ground, putting himself out as he gets out of the oil, and he's like stop, dropping, and rolling. So that's all he does. But he is hurt from it. Let's see.
I did hurt more than one, right?
No, you covered one, and a bit of the ground as well, but the rest are avoiding that bit of ground that's now on fire.
I see.
So it's kind of cutting off one of the gangplanks, but only a little bit. Makes it harder to get across, so less will come across there. One of the goblins, the one that you caught on fire, is going to turn to you, Mithras, is going to attempt to hit you while you're casting as you recover from casting the fire. And that is a 6 to hit. I believe misses.
Yeah.
As he's like, one of his eyes is like completely crusted over with like black flesh, and he thinks you're at a position that you're actually not, as he's like seeing double vision, and he just swings and a miss. One of the goblins in combat is going to attempt to make an attack on Optic. There's a 15 that misses, as he just clangs off of his hard outer shell, and then the rest of the goblins that are currently fighting on your ship are tackling with the crew. Okay, and they managed to slay with the buff that you are offering, Faust. One of the crew members takes a what looks like it would be a horrific stab to the gut by one of the scimitars that the goblin's holding, and it like wrenches it sideways. But for some reason, there's this like bit of darkness that surrounds the blade and seems to slow it and keep it from killing the guy. And he takes a deep breath, still severely injured, but he's pulled back by the rest of the crew at the last second before he dies. You recognize that fella to be the old guy you were having, you were playing games with earlier on in the day before. So you just about saved the crew member's life there. As a couple more of the goblins are felled. One by the captain, who does a quick swish of the blade and lops off the head as it sploosh into the water. And then a few more goblins cross onto the ship. A few less because some of the ones that were at the north end of the ship are no longer able to get across that board as it is now on fire, and they have to reroute and slowly make their way across, getting into combat with different people. One of the ones stays far back and is going to fire. Is got there are a couple that have short bows and are firing from a distance. We'll get to that in a moment. At the top of the round is this goblin. He is going to. Oh, did I close this page? That's better. And you see at this point, from the back of the ship, crossing the middle gangplank, not too far from where Optic is, you see this goblin that has this really raggedy, waterlogged, with a few barnacle encrusted like hat on. He's got what looks like a jagged like teethed blade, and he's like wading through the combat and he's looking for someone, and he sees like Optic nearby, and he's gonna make 2 attacks against Optic. So 1 and 2.
Oof.
The first one hits, fortunately cushioned by this strange aura that surrounds most of the allies. The second one does not, reducing the damage he takes. Now the goblin captain is in the fray.
How far is the goblin captain from us?
He's just crossed one of the gangplanks, so he's in combat with like Optic and the main group of crew members.
How far are they?
From you, about 10-15 feet.
10, 15. Lovely.
Yes.
All right.
To get any closer, it will be considered difficult terrain as there are a lot of bodies in the way. Like, not bodies on the floor, but people, like, fighting.
Okay.
After that, it's Optic's turn, who is going to, seeing this now, like, surrounded by a couple of goblins, but with crew members at his back, he is going to... Okay, he's going to make a precision attack. So he moves into a position where he thinks he can get down at his target, and he just swings, does a high arc, making sure not to hit anybody, and he's going to bring it right on top of the goblin that just made an attack against him. So it's going to be that. Oh, it would be a fucking natural one, wouldn't it?
Oh my god.
And he uses his superiority dice for the precision attack as well. Oh no, he doesn't because he doesn't. He can do it afterwards. As this slightly bigger goblin and more decorated goblin seems to see it coming, and he just dodges to the side last second. The hammer hits the ground as Optic pulls back, ready for a next attack. Falfra, you're up.
All right. How many in front of him? In front of Optic?
Currently on board your ship, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 of them engaged with the crew.
7 engaged with the crew. All right. Is there a
Yes.
place beside Optic that I can be?
I'd say with your short size, you can probably squeeze in there. Yes.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, I want to face one of the enemies or the goblins, but like being close to Optic, facing one of the enemies only.
That's not possible, as it's a very close quarters battle.
All right. Then she goes in to help
So
Optic.
just so you know, if you're worried about disengage works against all enemies in an area around you.
Oh,
It's not you don't disengage from a single enemy. You disengage from all enemies. If that's what you were worried about.
kind of, yes. Yeah, she goes to help Optic on his right side. She's gonna hit one of the small goblins. Let's see the action with the short sword.
Or sword, yeah.
All right, rolling. That's 16. 16 to hit.
16 does indeed hit.
And then the damage is 8.
8 points damage.
Do I get to roll? What's it called?
Sneak attack, yes, because you're attacking an enemy adjacent
10.
to Optic. So that is a total of 18 points of damage, as you quickly duck underneath one of the sailors, just making a wide swing, and as the goblin ducks, you just ram your short sword straight into its face, as it just ducks out of the way of the sword and sees yours coming at the last second. And as you pull clean, the goblin just slumps to the ground, dead.
All right, cool. Is there any more goblins beside me?
Yes, you're in the thick of it now.
Holy shit. Yeah,
There's probably 2 other goblins, as well as a slightly more decorated goblin within melee striking distance of you.
2 with the decorated one, so there's in total 3. Can I tell if there is any of them slightly damaged or anything?
You would have to use your action to make a perception check. The heat of the battle is too much for you to be able to make that out.
All right, then I'll hit the closest one with my dagger.
Yep. So make an attack roll. Natural 20. Excellent. Roll damage with the dagger.
Yeah, there we
But
go.
you don't get the +3. So that's 4 points of damage. Okay, so use your so after pulling your short sword out, you use the momentum to jam a dagger into one that you see just moving at your side, as it hits it like square in the chest, and you hear the crack of bones, and as you pull out, blood spurts, and it looks like it's barely on its feet, but it's still going, and it looks at you with these horrific teeth that are just drooling. It's like, as it looks like you've got its attention.
Pfeiffer goes like, hee hee, and then she ends turn.
Okay, at the end of your turn, Faust.
It's just going to toll the dead on the goblin that Falfred just attacked. So
Yeah, go for it.
Wisdom 14.
Wisdom 14.
Oh.
It just makes it.
Yeah, no damage then.
No damage, unfortunately. Bonus action of movement.
Movement, he's going to stay where he is. Bonus action, nobody's really been hurt yet. The temp HP is doing its job.
It was +7 the temp HP, wasn't it?
Yes. I don't know how it works, whether it resets every turn. I know it obviously doesn't stack, but I think it might reset.
I don't think so. I think it's one effect when they enter for the first time.
It says...
Let me have a quick look. Faust.
Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, you can grant it a benefit.
Okay, so it would override the temporary hit points. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So
Do you want me
roll
to
again.
Roll
Yeah.
again.
So
Yeah.
what targets are you designating this time?
All of the crew that are within the sphere. Crew
Okay,
of the
so
party.
the crew get renewed.
Yeah.
And then all of the allies as well.
Yeah.
So I assume that includes yourself as well. So
It does, yeah.
everyone gets
Yes.
+5.
+9. It's D6 +4.
Oh, it's a D6 +4. Of
So
course it
Ooh.
is.
9 temp HP now.
So I'll put that in that one for him. So he has 9 temporary HP. Your temporary HP goes up to 9.
Yeah.
You get 9 temporary HP. And you also get 9 temporary HP. Okay.
That's the second round of it.
Yeah.
And that will, end turn.
Okay, cool. Mithras.
Can you guys give me a minute while you're doing your thing?
Okay.
Yeah, right back.
Yeah, I think we all just wait 10 rounds. To come back. Everyone's dead.
So what are you doing?
So there's a goblin near me, isn't there?
Yes. One basically right next to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver again on him.
Yep. So it's an int save. Goblin int save. That is a 9.
Yeah, boy.
So he fails. So roll damage.
Roll damage. Wow.
2
2
points of
damage.
damage. So how does this spell look? What do you do?
Right, it's a verbal. Is it a verbal? It's a verbal spell. So all that happens is my eyes go black, and then in a low demonic tone, he just says "die," and then like the other guy's just I don't know, his ears start bleeding.
Yeah. Okay. So as this happens, you like a black vision goes over your eyes for a second. To you, it looks completely normal. And as you say this in like a guttural tone that's not exactly your voice, you watch as the goblin starts grabbing his head, ears bleeding, and then just the head pops, and he just falls to the ground, dead.
All the cat on all the crew around are just fucking terrified.
They're all a bit preoccupied at the moment with the borders. As a few of the crew members have been pulled back with like minor injuries and stuff, like cuts across the chest. One of the guys been like smacked on the head. A couple people have arrows in them now, but no one's really died yet. But there's some pretty bad injuries, so no one really sees this in the heat of the battle except for you.
Yeah. And then I mean I've got a bonus action of shove.
Yeah, so you can pick a goblin to try and shove.
Do I need the mage hand for this, or is this a completely separate?
So the way I've themed it in the past is it's like a telekinetic shove, so you don't need the mage hand.
Yeah. Because it just says as a bonus action you can try to telekinetically shove.
Yes, so it's just
Doesn't
like a
mention
little
the mage
shunt.
hand. Although it's in the mage hand spell section, it doesn't mention the mage hand.
Yes,
Okay.
you can either theme it as the mage hand doing it and this summons it temporarily, or you could just have it where it's just a shunt from your mind.
Shunt from the mind sounds cool. And then I will use that as a bonus action.
Yep.
To shove. So there's a plank way where optic is. Is there anyone on the plank? Let's try and cross.
Not in the middle, but there is like a goblin that's like on your side still on the plank, so he's like right next to the edge.
Okay, I'm gonna shove him into the water.
Okay, what's the save on it?
That is a strength save 14 DC.
Strength save 14 DC. That is a 7.
That is a see ya.
Sploosh! As he flies off, not entirely sure what's happened, but as from the middle of the plank, he just goes like backwards and sideways and just is pushed into midair, and it's kind of like Wile E. Coyote when he goes off a cliff. And he just like looks for a second and falls into the water, and after like a second, you hear a sploosh, and then the beginnings of like a goblin splashing around in the water. Okay.
Then yeah, movement. I don't see any. I might move just a little bit closer towards the rest of the fight.
Okay. Yep. So you move a little bit closer. Are you staying out of melee range still?
Out of melee range.
Okay.
5 feet, 10 feet, however
Yeah.
much
Yeah. So
needed.
you only need to move 5 feet to be just on the edge of the combat.
Cool. Yeah, okay, 5 feet.
Okay. Cool. Right. At the end of your turn, it is the goblin's turn. Seeing a lot of issues going on, the remainder of the goblins on the enemy ship begin to board. A few swinging on ropes, others run across the 2 remaining gangplanks as the one that's on fire has slowly started to collapse now. And some of the ropes are fraying and burning on the opposite ship, and you hear the occasional snap of ropes as the rest of the goblins move on board your ship, clashing with the crew and some of your allies. Right, let's do this first. Okay. Thanks to your Channel Divinity Faust, none of your crew fall. They do take some serious wounds, but each of them manages to disengage from combat at the last second after taking like a grievous wound.
Okay.
And it seems like your group has the upper hand as they slay a few more goblins between the captain, who has taken a few nicks, but her sword skill is quite apparent, as she seems very good at what she's doing. And even though she's like dancing in the middle of like 2 or 3 goblins at this point, she's managed to block blows left, right, and center, and it's quite impressive. And she manages to dispatch another one with a quick jab as he falls to the ground, and the crew themselves manage to dispatch another one between them as well. And you see the goblins are starting to get a little bit more desperate now as their numbers are beginning to dwindle. And then at the top of the round is Optic. Seeing one of the goblins that swings in a rope land between you, Faust, and Falfer, he's going to attempt to take a swing at that one to keep them off of you.
Mm-hmm.
Optic. Oh, that's damage. Forgot to roll to hit first. He definitely does hit. 7 points of damage. And with that, when the creature's not locking and it's focused on you, Faust, seeing you emanating, being the center of this strange aura, it wants to take you out as fast as possible. He just caves his head straight into its chest cavity, and its head just disappears inside its chest cavity, and it falls to the ground, dead.
Oh, nice.
And that's going to end his turn. Seeing you, Falford, dispatch. Oh, goodbye, bot. Okay. Wait, was that the bot? Oh, it was Malcolm. Oh. We will hang on a moment. Till he
Yeah,
comes
wait
back.
for him.
No.
No.
I've got my physical dice out. And I've been noticing a bit of a difference between our rolls.
It's just luck, man. I'm telling you.
But it's not procedurally generated. So I can roll 19s, 18s, 17s, nat 20s. Easiest power with this dice. Get a couple of 6s and 4s.
I'll tell you what, right? For next time, set up a camera that looks at your dice, and then I'll allow it. Get a dice tray. Set up a camera that looks at the dice tray, and then I'll happily allow you to physically roll dice in the dice tray as long as I can see it.
Yeah. Have like my phone.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I go stealth while I'm close to Optic.
You have to hide behind something, so you have to tell me how you're going to stealth.
No, I know. Just as a scenario, I'm close to a front, and I
Yeah.
go stealth, and then I stab someone. Do I get extra damage or sneak
No.
attack is sneak attack?
You get advantage, which gives you sneak attack.
It's the same thing then. Standing
Yes.
beside them or
It doesn't stack.
alright.
No worries, Malcolm. Yeah, you don't get stacking advantages. You just get advantage, and that's it. You can get advantage from 6 different sources, and it still just gives you a normal advantage.
Okay. Alright. Malcolm's back.
Yeah, sorry
No.
about that.
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go.
Everything went silent, and then my PC just crashed.
That's okay. I can't handle roll 20. Need new PC. Okay. Yeah. So Optic killed the goblin.
Okay.
And then so the more decorated goblin sees you, Falfer, have dispatched a couple of goblins nearby, and so he's gonna come for you as he brings this rather wicked-looking scimitar out, and he's gonna make 2 strikes against you.
You who?
You as in you, Falfer.
Alright.
So it's
Oh
21
my
to
god.
hit. So you take 7 points of damage. Fortunately, you have temporary HP.
Yes, that is 9.
Yeah, so 2 temp
2
HP
temp
points
HP.
left.
Yeah, I'm keeping track. Oh,
Nice.
great. And then the second one's an 8 to hit.
That's a mess.
So the first one hits, and it cuts through this like faint shadowy layer that seems to coalesce on your body whenever you take, whenever an attack gets close, and it chips away at that. And then as the second one comes in, you just bring up your short sword and your dagger into like a cross, and you parry the blow off to the side as the creature hisses at you. He's then going to bonus action disengage from you guys, and is going to like duck and weave through the combat just to try and get out of the way a little bit. And he's going to move off to the side, just out of range of everybody for the moment.
Okay.
And he's going to assess what's next. Okay, and that's the end of his turn. Foul for Europe.
How many goblins around me?
There's 2 within easy reach of you. You'd have to probably move 5 feet to get to the other one. There's only 1 in range of you at the moment, as now the goblin numbers are starting to dwindle. The crew is starting to surround a couple of the targets, and they're like now fighting for their life, as the tide have quite turned quite quickly.
Can I engage the decorated goblin without
You would
taking...
have to move away from combat to get to him.
Alright.
Because he disengaged out.
Alright, then I'll stay beside the optic, and I'm gonna hit the closest one with the white swing.
Unfortunately, the one that is nearest to you is not in combat range of optic.
Oh.
So optics like to your north, and then there's you, and then there's the goblin to the south.
So no one is around me. I can move without taking a hit, reaction hit.
There's a goblin around you, and you may take an attack of opportunity if you don't disengage.
No, alright. Is there anyone around the decorated goblin? The captain. There.
No, he's disengaged from the fight, and he's like 10 to 15 feet to your like northeast.
Northeast. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll do with my bonus action stealth check.
How? What are you hiding behind, and who are you hiding from? Like, how are you obscuring yourself from your target?
Well, I'm not 5 feet close to them, right?
Yeah, but you're trying to stealth. So how are you going stealth? You have to.
What's around me?
Obscure.
What's around me?
There's like a couple boxes up against the side. There's a few bodies of goblins.
Bodies. Yeah, I'll use the bodies.
So you have to get prone to hide behind a body.
Oh. What other options I have?
like to be honest, the deck was pretty much cleared to make room for fighting. So there's not really much in the middle of the deck apart from like you're pretty close to the mast in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But the mast is still 10-15 feet away from the goblin.
Hmm.
So you would have to move behind the mast, try and stealth, and then go from there.
All right. The mast is how many feet?
The mast is about 10 feet away from you.
10 feet. Is it northeast,
It's-
closer to the...
It's to your east, so it's a
My
little bit
east.
closer, but also not.
All right, then I'll go behind it and stealth.
Okay, make a stealth check so you hide behind the mast.
I already did. Want to count it or not? It's up to you.
Yeah. Okay. What was it? 16. Okay. So you believe you are hidden. Now what?
Um, can I still move toward the decorated goblin?
How much movement do you have left? You're
I
at 25
used
feet
10.
of movement. Use 10. So to get behind it, so 10. I'd say you can just rush up to him. Yes.
All right, then I do that. I rush up
Okay.
to him and then I hit him with the short sword.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
That is 15.
Okay. 15 hits. Roll. Actually, no. 15 does not hit. As you jam out with your short sword, it hits the chainmail that he's wearing, and it gets stuck for a few seconds before you pull back, and now he knows you're there.
Oopsie. Huh. Well, I've exhausted myself. Got nothing else.
Okay. At the end of that, it is Faust, your turn.
Is it feasible for me to cast sleep over an area of goblins? Like, is there a cluster of goblins that I could safely hit without impacting any crewmates?
No.
Okay.
As there are very few goblins left, there's only a handful.
Yeah.
Most of the crew are slowly starting to. Most of the crew that aren't injured are still like healthy enough to fight. Are slowly like grouping in on these goblins now. So there's all the crew like because it's all tight, close quarters.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a mass of bodies, like swinging swords at each other. But because the enemy forces have dwindled now, the fight's definitely one-sided, and everyone's still quite clumped together.
Okay. Twilight Sanctuary is now on its third instance.
Yeah.
So, do you want to re-roll that?
Yes, please.
5
So
temporary hit points.
5 temporary hit points.
Okay, so we can use that then. Is the goblin guy off by himself at the moment?
Not anymore. He's probably like 10-15 feet to the north of you.
Mhm.
Or like 5, yeah, I'd say 10 feet to the north of you. And he's engaged with Falper, who's between you and him.
Okay, cool. Anyone else? Any other goblins within 10 feet of him?
No, they've separated themselves from the rest of the ship. Whereas
Okay.
the main bit of fighting is taking place on the left-hand side of the ship.
Okay, cool. I was debating using Moonbeam for a second. Instead, he is going to cast Toll the Dead at that big goblin dude. So Wisdom save
Yeah,
14.
At the Goblin Captain.
Yeah.
Wisdom save. That is a thick.
Ooh, he's taking damage as well, hasn't he?
No, he is not.
Ooh, he's not, so it's a D8, okay. That is 3 points of necrotic damage as he
3
hits
points of
the
necrotic
bell.
damage. As you see a bit of like black blood begin to pour from his ear as he like winces. A little bit of damage.
Quick glance around. Who looks the most? Where do I see the most blood on somebody?
Like a few of the crew members are pretty injured, but nothing looks life-threatening.
Okay.
Like the ones that have been injured to the point where they can't really fight too much anymore, they've been pulled away from the fight and taken below deck.
Okay.
By like some of the less combat efficient members of the crew who are like kitchen boys and like
Mhm.
page and stuff like that who have like been taking wounded people down below out the way.
Okay. In which case, if Falpa is directly engaged with the goblin boss, Faust will also move in to engage as well.
Okay, so you move next to her, melee weapons in hand, just to
Yep.
offer some assistance. Cool.
And yeah,
Mithras.
end turn.
Mithras.
Hello.
Yes. How many goblins remain?
So there's the goblin captain that seems to be engaged with Faust and Falfer to your left as you're facing the south, towards the south of the ship at this point. And then basically directly in front of you are like 5-10 feet away are the remaining goblins that are engaged with the crew, and then you can still hear a bit of splashing in the water below.
Okay. Do they have enough to pilot a ship, or whatever the term is?
As someone who doesn't have any nautical background, you're not sure.
Well,
But they all seem to be surrounded by like the crew that are still fighting.
how much
including the-
damage have I done to the ship? Was through the fire and that?
Not that much. Like some bits have caught on fire, but not enough to set the big old ship on fire.
Okay. Well, I'm going to cast Firebolt on the enemy ship's mast.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
13.
Okay. I'd say 13 hits. Roll damage.
3.
How much damage? It leaves a black scorch mark on the mast, but it doesn't catch. Like there's a little bit of like smoldering, but that's about it.
Hello.
It snows it.
Snozy. Hey.
Nice.
So yeah. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
What can I do? Let me have a look. See.
Are you playing already then, or?
Yeah, we've been playing for a few hours.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Wouldn't me. Well. if
What
that's
do
the
you
case-
want, Snozy? Okay, just get it out with it.
I thought we were gonna start now, but it's whatever. I'll play the next time. I guess if that's possible.
Yeah, yeah, we can play next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just hop out. My father had to come on Friday too, so he's here till Tuesday. So stressful weekend. Sorry
Fair
about
enough.
breaking
alright.
the role playingness.
It's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Alright, catch you later, Snows.
Yeah. Catch you later.
See you soon.
Right, before some weird spectral entity arrived on the ship, started just fucking talking to everyone.
The ghost of Gary.
I was going to. What can I do? Hold on. Gotta look at. So much that I can do with this familiar. Because okay, so I mean, it doesn't really have its own turn, so I can't really do anything.
No, it does everything. It does its stuff on your turn.
Okay. I will just try and shove. I can shove people towards me as well. So if there's anyone on the opposite side of the ship, or basically a goblin that's close to me that's quite near the water that I can just sort of shove into.
Yeah, you can give it a go. So it's a strength.
Yeah, strength
Eh?
14, so.
Yeah. I will say the closest one doesn't go into the water, but it gets pushed up against the railings now, and it will give the next person to attack that specific goblin, be it the crew or a member of your party, advantage on the attack as it like staggers it slightly.
That works. That works. And then I'll start heading towards the rest of the guys towards the decorated guy.
Okay, you're already pretty close. They're just off to the, they're like 10 feet, 10, 15 feet off to the side of you. So do you want to get into melee range or just stay on the edge?
I'll stay on the edge.
Okay, cool. All right, that's the end of your turn. Next up is the crew and the goblins. So okay, sensing imminent victory now. The captain, we got him, lads! Get him! As they all charge in, they do like a final charge, and the goblins, seeing now surrounded by their bodies of their allies, some stepping on them. This like final charge of the remaining crew, which is still the majority of the crew, probably still like 10 people, all charge in and they're hacking and slashing the zombies. One of them, like two of the guys, they run in with swords, push them into the goblin and kick him over the edge. The captain lops off another head with a quick swish of the thing, and the four goblins that were in the middle of combat are all just scattered. One of them at the last second does get a lucky hit on one of the crew members, but once again, thanks to Faust's ability, he saves this gentleman's life. And with that, back to the top of the round. The only remaining goblin is the goblin captain. And he is gonna fight to the death. And he's gonna make 2 attacks against you, Falfer.
Wait, it's not his turn. Optic first.
It is. No, he's first.
Alrighty.
You take 7 points of slashing damage this
Ooh.
time. So it goes through the 5 temporary ones you have, and then you take 2.
Are you sure it was 5?
Yes.
It was 2.
It got reset last round.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
take
so every
2.
round it gets reset again.
Alright,
Yeah,
there
you
we
take
go.
2.
Okay. So it makes 2 strikes against you. The first one you manage to parry, but the second one it manages to cut through your defenses. It chips away at the last energy that's surrounding you, and then puts a small gash like into your upper shoulder, just penetrating a few of the leather padding of your armor, and just a bit of blood sticks to the jagged blade. As it gets ready, looking around at the desperate thing, it die.
Ow, that hurt.
Optic moves, but can't quite get through the crowd, who are starting to cheer now, as the majority of the goblins have vast been slain, and almost gets close to the fight with the goblin captain, but doesn't quite get there. Falfer, it's your turn.
Bad goblin. Is Faust close enough to give me an
Yes.
advantage? Yes, alright.
Yes.
So
That's why I moved in.
she swings her sword angrily because he already hurt her, and she keeps on saying, "Bad goblin, bad goblin."
Attack roll.
Yep. Attack roll 23.
23 does indeed hit. Roll damage.
Roll damage. That is
That's how I like you and your
9.
character are.
Sneak attack.
And then add sneak attack.
4.
4 points of damage. So that's a total of 13.
13. Bonus action.
Yeah.
Let me see what kind. That's gonna be dagger.
Yeah.
There we go, and that is 20.
20 hits. Just
No
D4.
plus.
Yep, so 3 points of damage. Minus 3. As you go in low, and you one blade to each leg, you seem to cut something vital as the goblin stumbles, and you see blood begin to pour out of the wounds on his legs, but he's just still standing, burly, and you can see like the consciousness begin to like fizzle a little bit in his eyes as he's looking a bit woozy, as he's losing a lot of fucking blood, but he's just still standing.
She puts two finger in front of his eye and asks him, "How many?" And
Okay. Not sure what you asking, whatever. Faust, you're
he
up.
feels dizzy, right? Lost too much blood.
Oh, how many fingers? Right,
Yeah.
got you. Right.
Faust will make an attack with his rapier at disadvantage, I guess, with the exhaustion.
No, you don't. It's not attack rolls. It's just ability checks.
Ah, okay, so yeah, just make an attack
Yeah,
with rapier.
attack rolls is further down.
11 doesn't hit.
11 does not hit, unfortunately, as it just like clangs off the goblin's shield that he's holding.
Oh, Twilight Sanctuary resets as well. 1 second.
Yes, it does.
Do D6. 7 points of. Oh no, more than that. More than that. Is that 9, I think.
It's D4 plus 5. D6 plus
D4 plus 4.
Yeah, so 8.
Yeah.
So everyone gets 8 temporary hit points now.
Anyone looking really, really bad?
No. Yeah, most of the crew, it's just a few cuts, like a couple broken bones. But yeah, everyone's looking pretty healthy.
Okay, good. In which case, yeah, end turn.
Okay, and then Mithras.
Yes. Magic missile. Right, the fella.
Okay, roll damage.
This will be a first level, because why waste a second level spell? So I have to roll this 3 times.
Yes, it's 3d4 plus 3.
That's 5. That's 4. That's 3. That's dead.
Yeah, how do you want to do this?
I want I'm on the edge of the ship, right?
Yes. Yes, you are. Yeah.
So like I kind of like swing to the side with my 3 fingers pointed out and sort of like almost like whip around the magic missile as it comes around, and the three missiles just come around and just each destroy the side of his head.
Okay.
Goes right through.
So as these 3 bolts arc out of your hands, one goes left, one goes right, one goes up, and they converge. One hits the goblin in the left side of the head, the other one in the right side of the head, and the one in the bottom, at the top of the head, all at the same time. And the head just squishes into a small ball in the middle, and it just falls to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as the goblin blood just leaks into the wood of the ship. And with that, you hear the crew, "Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!" And the captain approaches you as she's handed a rag by one of her crewmates as she's wiping the blood off the blade. She's like, "Well fought, everybody! Well done! Extra round of grog for everyone else tonight!" And she's like, they're all like, "Yes! Yes, captain!" And she turns to you. But first, the best bit. You 4 loot the ship.
Ooh. The enemy ship, right?
Oh yes.
I just skipped towards
Our
the ship.
the Pfeiffer sprints and then jumps toward it.
Okay. Faust, do you follow as enthusiastically?
Does Faust see a plank to use?
Yes, there's still 2 remaining like
Yeah.
gangplanks.
Yeah, he'll take a plank.
Okay.
The ship is fairly close, right?
Yep.
All right. So why would I fall?
I never said you would.
He just said Pfeiffer you fall
No.
off. Okay.
No. In the meantime, while you guys cross onto the ship, you see the rest of the crew begin to like take any bits of coin or valuables off of the goblin bodies, and they all start to pile it up in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as you cross, you all get. Sorry, what do you want to say?
I was going to say, yeah. Begin searching through whatever we find.
Well, your thing was to search the enemy ship.
Yeah.
So
I want to do investigation.
Yeah,
I want to go. Yeah, I want to go to the captain's room.
we'll get there.
Want to do investigation all
Yeah,
the
she-
time, Sleepy. Just say the action, not the fucking check, man.
No, actually, the action is investigation, not the check. She want to investigate the
I
area.
want to investigation, please.
Okay. Cooper, just go on.
So, as you board the enemy ship, you immediately, like, not being able to, like, get a good look of it, like, out of combat while you're in combat. Looking at it now, this ship looks like it's looking to be afloat. The masts are cracked, the sails are torn, especially from the damage that some of your stuff has caused. Some of the bits of rope are on fire, other bits have snapped. You see a hatch that leads to the lower deck, like in the center of the ship with a staircase that goes down. You get the smell of like rotting planks. Get the feeling that goblin sailors are not interested in hygiene.
Mm.
The thing that sticks out most though is in the center of the deck, next to the mast tied down, is a crate that looks a lot different to the rest of the ship. It looks a lot more pristine, and it has like a stamp on one side. Clearly does not belong on this vessel.
Does not belong.
Yeah.
Uh, mm, mm.
It does not match the rest of the
Can I check it out?
like looks of the ship. Yeah, it is sealed.
Sealed. Like how sealed?
Like there's no lid. Well, there is a lid, but it's shut. There's no lock. It looks like it's been nailed shut.
Nailed shut. I do have a crowbar on me.
Okay, you want to open it with the crowbar?
Yes.
Okay.
What should I do?
No, it doesn't take a check because you've got the right tool for it.
All right.
So it's probably the same height as you, just like a couple foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
So you get like a little barrel and you stand on it and you pry it open. It takes like a minute
Mm-hmm.
to get it open with the crowbar, as there's like a few nails you have to get off, but eventually the lid comes off. Inside you see what looks like cutlery, navigational instruments, and just various ship supplies. Make an investigation check.
Yes, sir. And there we go. 10.
The only thing that stands out to you is like ever so slightly abnormal. Is like it's probably a ship tool, but you're not sure what it is. Is this hunk of silvery metal in the shape of like a triangle? But it's like mixed in with all the like sextants. There's a couple of spy glasses in there. There's a bunch of like extra rope. There's like some fine cutlery that was probably used in a captain's cabin at one point. There's like a small barrel of grog in the corner. Just looks like general ship supplies.
The box itself, is it some kind of special metal?
The big crate.
Yes.
No, it's a wooden crate. It just looks different to the way it looks better kept than the rest of the ship.
Okay. So, does the triangle item looks viable?
It just looks like a metal triangle.
That's it.
Yeah.
Huh. Faust. Faust?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, your intellect, right?
I'm more of a wise person in intellect. Might be
Wise.
worth getting Mithras to take a look.
Yeah. Then yeah, I'll grab this triangle thingy and then hand it over to Mithras.
Okay, while he's doing that, so I mean, I've got detect magic as a ritual, so that takes me 10 minutes.
Go start casting that.
Yeah, to see if there's anything, even if it's just the triangle. See
Okay.
if there's anything on the ship that's magical.
So you start the ritual. You get out some chalk, and you start drawing symbols on the ground. You start like casting complex hand movements and stuff, and you begin to cast detect magic. Anything else you guys want to do?
I guess Faust will start just kind of walking around the ship, kind of taking note of what rooms there are, go below deck, see if there's anything that catches his eye as he walks around.
Okay, make a investigation check.
Yep. Investigation. No. It's definitely a ship.
So it's definitely a ship. At a few points you think, is it? And then you go, no, it's definitely a ship. It's definitely a ship. It must be. It's floating. Like you find general stuff you find on a ship, except everything you find is in a severe case of disrepair. At one point you think you find something interesting, and then you realize it's the goblin ship pile. That quite clearly these goblins did not care about throwing it overboard, and they kind of just piled it all up in a corner. You kind of feel bad for the goblin that got stuck on this duty. But other than that, like you find, like I said, general ship supplies, a few broken weapons. The majority of the food is gone, and what's left is long rotten. But yeah, don't really find all that much else.
What about the goblin captain?
He's on the other ship, isn't he?
He's on the other ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess Faust will probably make his way back to the deck by the time that Mithras completes his ritual.
Yeah, I think Mithras and Faust are not a good pair, honestly, with these numbers.
Okay. So at this point, after searching around, do you do anything else in the meantime while the ritual's being cast, Falfer?
Um, yeah, I think I'll carry the box itself. Like, not carry it, but that's gonna be. Do we get to choose our loot?
You would know. It is the captain's decision to distribute loot.
All right, then I'll stay by the box or just loot it to the main ship.
That's fine. So you leave the triangle for Mithras, and
Mithras.
you take everything else. The captain, as you get a bit of help from the crew who come on over when they see you trying to remove the crate.
Yeah.
They move it with you. And the captain points to where they've begun to pile all the coins that they've gathered from the goblins. And you see that there's a person there, what you would know to be the quartermaster, named he's called Darsh, and he's a male dwarf. And he's there, he's counting, he's putting it in a ledger of how many gold pieces, how many silver pieces, how much copper, whatever else that they had on them that they deemed to be of any sort of value.
Mm-hmm.
And then the crate's dropped, and with the help of some of the crew, they start to go through the crate, and he starts to catalog, give values to certain things. And she's like, she gives you a nod, and then like she's quite clearly watching what's going on. So at this point, Mithras, you finish the casting of detect magic, and the triangle is most definitely magic.
Anything else?
Nothing that you detect.
Well, looks like ritual casting identify. I'll bring it back onto the other ship.
As you do, the captain says, "So what's that you've got there?"
Oh, I'm about to find out. Then enter my bubble.
Okay, so as you can begin to cast identify as well.
Faust takes a look around as the ritual starts and says, "Is there anybody who is in any desperate need of healing?"
The captain looks over the crew and asks one of the gentlemen for like a quick update on how the crew's doing. Apart from a few cuts, bruises, and broken bones, everything seems to have gone quite well, actually. As far as I'm aware, we didn't even lose anybody, which is, well, that'd be a first for a pirate attack. Yes, well, I can definitely say that your services as muscle for the ship are well worth the money I'm paying.
Yeah, Faust just give a quick nod, not needing to use his prayer of healing on anybody, and we'll kind of perch on the deck alongside Mithras, waiting for the identify to finish.
Okay.
Falfer goes to the goblin captain.
Oh, that's already been gone through by the crew.
Oh shit! All right, and that's it.
Said anything that has been taken from any of the, so including the crappy weapons, most of which are being dumped overboard, as they're very unkempt, like swords. Most are nicked and chipped and stuff like that. Most of which are either being chucked back on the enemy ship, or are just being dumped over water. They're just not worth it. Not worth any money. But anything of value or deemed of value is being catalogued and counted currently by the quartermaster.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, then that's it for Falfer.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm just checking.
This triangle is a portal to the Illuminati.
Mithras, what did you find about the
I'm
triangle?
getting to that.
Okay,
Hmm?
okay. I was asking you about the triangle. Sorry.
Yeah, it makes your booty a lot bigger. So you're thick with 3 C's rather than 2.
What?
Like if Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian morphed their plastic together and created one super Kardashian.
Are you horny right now? What's going on?
No, I'm not horny for the Kardashians.
Okay. So after about 10 minutes, the identify spell completes itself. And unfortunately, while magical, you don't get any more details about the item.
What's the fucking point of identify then?
What?
You're not sure why, but unfortunately, identify does not work. Like the spell completes, but you don't garner any more information about the item than it is just magical.
Yeah,
in
toss it into
nature.
the sea. I don't really. That would be bad. Okay.
So,
Well,
I think that
uh,
would end the
So
campaign.
at this point, like the captain is like, so did you figure out anything about it?
yeah, there's a huge plot hole.
A pothole?
No,
Sure,
a
that's
plot
only on
hole.
a plot.
No, welcome to the 4th wall, okay? DM's being a little bitch.
Hey man.
Say no, there is nothing magical. Although it is magical, there is nothing magical that I can identify about this item.
Tell you what, you get a name. You get a name of the item.
Don't want it. Keep
Okay.
it.
Fine. You don't get anything. You don't get it then. That's fine.
Don't want it. Keep your
Keep my secrets.
non-identifying identify. Put it on the pile.
So you give it to the quartermaster. He counts it. After a few more minutes, the quartermaster just gives a quick look over everything, and then hands the book to the captain. Let me just real quick. Bu- bu- bu. Okay. Right.
Wait, you run away.
Okay then. She has a quick check of the books. Take this correct. Quartermaster says, yes. Okay, very well. Right. So, as for your cuts, so obviously that vessel, it is not worth salvaging. It is a piece of shit, and I'd rather not sacrifice any of my crew to take that thing back to port and sell it. So we're gonna leave it. Not sure if we'll sink it yet. Could be fun. Or we could just leave it floating in the ocean. Who cares? However, as for the crate and the
Triangle item.
we'll get to that in a moment. As for the crates that you brought and the coinage we scavenged from the goblins, your percentage cut is I will give you 22 gold and 75 silver. That is 30%. You're agreed on amount.
Okay.
So she gives you that in value of stuff.
Split it between 3 people.
Yeah.
Let's not just have one little fucking gutter snipe carry the fucking bag.
So yeah. So as a group, you received
I
22
had-
gold pieces and 75 silver pieces for
Sorry.
your
Man,
I
and
percentage.
until now I didn't get my 11 silvers that I stole from that dude.
Add it to your own inventory, dude. I'm not your slave.
Yes,
7
you are.
gold.
No,
Wait,
I'm not. Do it your fucking self, or you don't get it.
Yeah, 7 gold pieces with 1 gold piece left over, and then 25 silver each.
I will add 7 and 25. Yeah, so if you could do that from now on, because we have a certain individual who's not really a team player.
So yeah, so you are each given your
Uh,
10%.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 25 silver pieces each, and what was it? 7
7 gold with one left over.
gold. With one left over. So you can do with that one whatever you wish.
Give it a alpha.
There you go. So far, you get 8 gold pieces instead.
She's poor, bless her.
I don't know how to add, man. I'm trying. I didn't find anything.
If you go to inventory and then on the top right, you see where it has your
Manage
money. We have
inventory.
gold.
Oh.
But if you
Oh.
click it there.
All right. So that was 11 silver, and what was the?
I don't remember, so you don't get it.
No, I do remember.
Okay, how much copper did you get from the guy that you stole from?
11.
No,
Oh,
silver.
the silver is 11.
Silver was 11.
Yes, the copper was 6. I spread it between the boys.
Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then yeah, you get 25 silver, and you get 8 gold pieces. for your-
25 in total or 25 extra?
25 silver extra for the loot percentage you get, and then 8 gold.
8 gold from the
From your
20.
split, from your cut of
The 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 first
from the
agreement.
22. Yes.
The first bag that we took, 20 gold. We didn't
Yeah,
add
that's
anything.
That's
Yeah,
been split
we
between the 3 of you. That's what
yeah.
the 8 is.
we
All
spent
right.
5 of it on
Mhm.
The healer's kit.
something.
Yeah.
Healer's kit.
Yeah,
and there was
that's yeah.
five left over each.
Yeah. So add an additional 5
Yeah.
gold pieces for
There
your
we go.
signing bonus.
All right, that's good.
Okay. And then she says to the quartermaster, divvy everything up for the crew and we'll pay them when we get to port. And he's like, yes, Captain. As for this, and she picks up the triangle. You say it's magical, but don't know what it is? I think I'll keep this as a trophy. Yes. Excellent. Well, that was fun.
You choke on it.
Right then. Well, crew, please get us underway. This has been enough of a distraction today. I would much like to reach our destination tomorrow or the day after. It's like, aye, Captain, be as away as soon as we can. And the crew jumps into action. It's a little bit slower because some of the crew are injured and they are down below being tended to. But after an hour, they make sure that the hull's intact and stuff like that. There hasn't been any damage to the ship. All the ropes are tied down. Everything's ready, and slowly but surely you leave the ship behind. As it's kind of just floating there now, and it will just sail off into the distance or sink or whatever ships do when they're left on their own. Who knows? But you now continue on your way south. The rest of the day goes by. Well, the entire day goes by without much else interesting. The crew is abuzz with talks of the fight, people bragging about goblins they've killed, wounds they've taken. You see a couple of people are worried about the old geezer you played poker with the other night, but he seems to be recovering rather well, with a little bit of minor surgery just to stitch him up. It seems to be having. It's been ordered by the captain to take a couple of days R&R just to recover and stuff. But everyone else, a few people have bandages on, but they seem all in high spirits after what was quite a extensive battle, but fortunately with no fatalities.
Cool.
Slowly but surely over the day, the skies begin to darken. As the ship sails on into the afternoon, by the time lunch has gone past, as today finally you get access to your rations again, Mithras, and are having a drink to celebrate your survival of your first ever pirate incursion. The winds begin to pick up and the waves begin to batter the ship's hull a little bit more. The ship is rocked left and right, a lot more violently than it has been over the past couple of days. And you hear shouting from the crow's nest, "Captain, storm ahead!"
Oh shit.
So the crew begin.
Before that, I did get hit for 5 damage in total. While we're wrestling, do I get to heal myself?
You can make a short rest,
Naturally.
yeah, if you want to.
Oh.
Yeah, you can make a short rest. That's what natural healing is.
Um.
So you would have to, you would have to take a long rest, so like a full night's sleep, to.
So everything happened before we hit the storm or
Yeah,
discovered
it
the
was first thing
storm.
in the morning. It was first thing in the morning. So the first thing in the morning was the fight with the pirates,
Yeah.
the
Oh,
goblins,
all right.
and then as the days gone on, the weather's got worse.
Then no, I'll hold it. That's fine.
Okay. So yeah, you hear one of the crew members shout, "Captain, storm ahead! It looks like we're driving straight into it." She's like, "Okay, batten down the hatches," or whatever other ship jargon they use. I don't fucking know. As the yeah, and then the crew jump into action. A lot of the sails are like furled up and tied off. There's still a couple of the smaller ones that they'll use until they get into the storm. And then, like, not long after, you begin to hear you see the flashes in the distance for those that are on the deck, and you hear as the thunder echoes through the air. You get that faint smell of ozone that you get as you approach, like a storm. And as the ship gets closer and closer to the storm, more and more preparations are made, and it gets to the point where, like, pretty much most of the sails are now been tied off, as in storms they tend to rip loose if they're not careful. But it's a slow process to get some of these big sails, and as the crew's preparing, the storm gets worse and worse and worse. And then the rain starts. Let's see if the bot's gonna fucking work.
Hey, we have a storm.
Yeah. So. I don't have a storm picture, so I'll just put it back on this for now. So yeah, so the storm starts to approach faster and faster as the ship's heading directly into it, and it's heading directly towards you. The rain starts. Those that are on the deck are trying to stay as dry as possible, but they've got too much work to do to keep the ship going, sailing to the storm, and soon those that are on the deck, if any of you are drenched, as it starts off as like a faint smattering of rain, but before long it becomes an absolute torrential downpour. At this point, the ship's rocking left and right, like rather violently as the storm like hits the ship. You see the occasional lightning crack in the distance as almost like following the lightning blast, you hear the thunder sound pretty much instantly as you sail deeper and deeper into this storm. The ship tossed left and right. You hear barely over the sound of the wind and the rain, the captain shouting orders to the crew. And at that point, you hear a shout, "We're taking a beating out here! We need your help!" She cries through the rain as you're all just up on deck. She points up to one of the sails. It's like the last one that's being brought in. "Gregor's shortening the sails and he needs some muscle to finish it off, and he wanted you to get up there before that mast snaps.
Ooh,
You!"
muscle.
And he points to the one of you. "Pog is trying to get the rigging tied off, so a few of you need to lend him a hand. I don't have enough men because a few of them are too injured to do this. I need you to get on these stations now." So who's going up the sails?
I can do it. Farfar is, but she doesn't have much strength. Yeah, I'm going. Farfar is going.
So you're going up the sails, and then the other two, you've been directed towards the rigging to help to help Tog. So Falfa would start with you. So as you begin to climb up the main mast, so not the main mast, the front mast, where the top sail and the front mast, one of the smaller ones, is slowly being furled in as Gregor's like trying to wrap the rope around it, and you can see the ship rocking left and right. It is like listing quite heavily in the water. The winds are battered against the sail that's slightly still down. You can see he's barely holding on. I would like you to make a athletics check
Oh shit.
for me, please.
13.
13. Um, that is your first success as you manage to get up there, and there's one of the ropes is like flapping in the wind, like almost like straight out, and you grab hold of it while still holding on to the rope that you stood on, and your chest is like leaning over, like I don't know what it's like the crossbar thing. You grab the rope and you begin to wrap it up as you're being battered left and right by um by the wind, and Gregor's like holding on. He's like, "Get that one next!" And you're like wrapping it around. You go for the next rope. Make another athletic check for me.
Am I swinging or walking?
So you're like on like a bit of rope that's like hanging below the sail, and as you're trying to bring the sail up and wrap it round. So it's very precarious, and you like the boat's going left and right. It's quite violent.
All right, because yeah, I think you know better. So athletic, all right. Because I was thinking acrobatic, 17.
Unfortunately, this is entirely strength based.
Okay.
17. That is another success.
Nice.
As the two of you now, a third crew member comes up. Like you're all like drenched with water as the rain just is like pelting in your face. You can barely keep your eyes open as each of you is just wrapping this rope around the sail. The sail's pretty much fully up now, and there's only a couple more ropes to get around. Make a third athletics check for me, please.
Ah,
With this one, because of your two high rolls, you can have advantage.
nope, I don't need 17.
Take advantage anyway. You never know.
Yeah, you're right.
So do it again.
15.
So 17.
Jeez.
And with that, with the third and final roll, you manage to tie it off. Gregor is like absolutely drenched. His like long black hair is just like pressed against his face. The other guy's not too big of a deal with his hair. He's completely like shaven on the top of the head. He's just got like a little bandana. Like you can see his got a bit of a grin on his face, but he's barely holding on as you all begin to climb down. Meanwhile, the rest of you are tying off ropes with Tog. I would like. Ooh, what check's this gonna be?
Faust is going to cast guidance on himself.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll say you only get to use that on one check.
Yep.
Out of the three, because this happens
Yep.
quite quickly. So as you run to Tog, Tog's like, get that one, and that one. So each of you split up. And because Optic's gonna follow along to one of the directions and begin to tie, I would like you all to make dexterity checks for me, please.
Will it be with disadvantage still? For me, because
Yes,
I'm
this
exhausted?
is a check for you. Yeah.
Natural one.
Oh no.
Yeah. He's overboard.
Okay.
8.
Dexterity check for
Oh, I
Optic.
wonder what my actual dice rolls. Oh, a 10.
10. Okay. And a 12 for Optic. Oh no, that is not good. Okay, so as a group, it is a failure, unfortunately. As you all run up to grab, you all begin to tie on your ropes. But this is the first time you've ever really had to do something. You've seen them do it before, and you try to mimic what Tog's doing, and he's trying to direct you while also tying his own tightly. But unfortunately, a large section of the rigging that is attached to the main mast that people climb onto just breaks free and is now flapping wildly in the wind. You see it hits as it swings around. It hits one of the crew members on the deck, and he gets pounded across the deck and slides back into the wall. And you see the wind's like knocked out of him, and you see he's barely managing to get back to his feet. Make another dexterity check for me, please, as a group.
Another natural one.
Oh my god, that's so unlucky.
Double.
How
natural
can you
ones,
do this? How?
Okay, and then so
Pretty sure my D20 is actually a D12.
One's a D4.
so oh. So the natural one counts as 2 failures.
Yep.
But we also have 2 successes. So it would be a draw. So as the 3 of you try to recover, Mithras, you and Optic manage to you both managed to grab that like that big piece of rigging, and you begin to tie it back down before it hits anyone else. Whereas on the other side of the ship, where both Tog and Faust are, you see this wave comes high above the side of the ship as the ship lists that way, and it's just annihilates both Tog and Faust as they go sprawling. Faust, you barely stay on the ship as it pushes you to the other side of the ship, almost knocking you over the banister, over the railing, into the black water beyond. As you just manage to recover, you run back to your station as Tog slams his hands down onto the thing, tries to grab for some more rope to tie it down. Make another group dexterity check, please.
Oh,
Actual 20.
natural 20 with
Ooh,
17.
you guys saved it.
Okay, it hasn't loaded for me. Give me a second.
13 is the least. Or was it? No.
What the hell? Oh, there we go. So yeah, Optic's gonna try and grab his as well. Oh, my dice is being real laggy.
Yeah, mine was.
Same.
Oh, so between the 3 of you, That is 3 successes and a failure. So that is a success. So this time, having recovered and feeling a lot more panic, you all begin to lash down the ropes in the center of the ship, and you get these tied off. Tog does a quick inspection, gives you a nod, and then he points to the back of the ship. And he's like, "We've got to do those ones next before they come loose!" As he's like shouting over the wind and the rain that's like spattering down onto top you all as you all race to the back of the ship. There's already a couple people there who are barely managing to hang on to these ropes, just not enough to be able to tie them. As you get there, you give them a hand, you pull the ropes in. Make another check for me. So we've had a failure, a draw.
I'm gonna roll my guidance for this one.
So you're gonna roll your guidance for this one, yeah?
Yeah.
So add a d4.
So that'll be 10.
10, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the second failure. Okay. So as you're you all get there and you're grabbing this rope as the guys that are there at the moment are trying to hold on for dear life as the two of them, one on either side of the very back of the ship, as they're trying to hold the rigging for one of the sails on the rear mast as they're holding on. Who rolled lowest?
No.
Yeah, it'd be joint between Faust and Optic.
Fast and Optic, yeah. Okay, as the two of you get there, Mithras, you get there first, and you manage to grab hold of the rope at the last second as you and the other crew member are like trying so hard to tie it down. Optic and Faust, you guys are just a little bit too slow, and you watch as you go to grab the same rope. The crew member that is holding onto the rope is lifted off of his feet, and as the rope goes taut and like snaps out a distance, his hands slip and he sails off into the darkness. You just hear the ah! Before it disappears into the water and the constant crashing before you lose sight and sound of him. And as you run to the back of the ship to try and see him, you see that the waves are too high and he's gone. As now, eventually, a few more members seeing this happen, you see, no! As the captain's like, get these ropes down! As she's like stood with 3 other dudes holding the wheel in place, trying so hard not to turn off course. You hear the creaking of wood and the just constant waves battering the ship. But eventually, after a few more people pile onto these ropes, you manage to get them tied down. You see the captain wave a couple of people to take over on the wheel as she runs to the back, spyglass out, but it's too motion. She can't see her a crew member that's gone overboard, and like she just like resigns herself. She's just like, we need to get everything squared away now. As the last few little jobs are done and the crew is like hunkering down now, there's 4 people holding the wheel in place as it's trying so hard to spin to the left and to the right, and everyone's just trying to hold it as the next like couple of hours go by of constant storm and wind and like problem after problem. But eventually, after putting out metaphorical fires for the next hour or so, 2 hours, you kind of lose track of time. I would like each and every one of you to take a single point of exhaustion, please.
What was that?
Conditions. So on the character sheet, above where your actions and stuff are, it should say conditions. You can set a level of exhaustion.
Exhaustion level 1.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it. So, conditions, yes.
It should be right at the very bottom.
Yeah. Unconscious. Oh, exhaustion level 1. There we go.
So after an hour, the worst of the storm seems to pass. The strong winds are still there and the rain is still there, but it seems like the worst of the storm is over. And from what little light was left during the day, as the day wears on, as the light fades to the dark clouds, the storm seems to die down to just a dull roar. The ship is battered and damaged, but still afloat. As the feed calms slightly, the captain shouts and gives orders to make repair and continue on your way. As you look around and the sky is just dark, you still see the flashes of lightning and the crashes of thunder occasionally. It seems like now that you are through the worst of it. And as the wind is no longer as deafening, he looks around as the crew are gathering around. You see that so many of them are just tired of just the last couple of hours of just constant work, and they're all just looking at the captain, and she's like, I don't know what in God's name that was. I've never seen a storm come on so quick in my life. Something not right about this. When these clouds clear, if it's a clear enough night, we should be able to figure out where the storm's blown us off course to. Until then, she pulls out a compass and bearing us south and east back to the coast. And she said, and then you hear the first mate power. You heard the captain.
What?
Make sail south by southeast. And then a few of the smaller sails are slowly unfurled as they catch the wind, and you feel the shunt of the ship begin to move a bit faster forward. As the ship turns, you begin to make your way as the ship sails quietly into the stormy evening. As the three of you take a quick break down below deck, you see that a few of the faces are quite sullen, as the loss of a crew member is always hard. And after the battle and them thinking that they were invincible, to lose someone to a natural disaster, it's taken a little bit of toll on the crew. And you see there's not really much conversation going on. As you all just kind of sit there catching your breath. You hear what sounds like the faint signs of an argument begin to break out between a couple of the crew members. Like one of them shouting to the other, "It's your fault this happened! Little Gary went over the side! It's your fault! You should have held onto that rope tighter!" And it's like, "That's not my fault, it's your fault! You should have done this!" And then, before you know it, there's a fist fight breaking out between two of the crew members. Before they're eventually split up. One has a blooded nose, and the other one has what looks like he's gonna have a black eye at some point soon. As they split off and shove back to their bunks, and a few of the other it's just, and you see a bit of back and forth between some of the crew members. But yeah, for now, it's the most relaxing thing you've had in a couple of hours at least.
Mhm.
Is there anything you guys would like to do at this point, or just sitting there resting,
Drink.
drink?
Yeah.
Boss is going to go and talk to the captain.
You want to talk to the captain?
Hmm.
And you, Falfer, what do you? Is there anything you
Falfar,
want to do?
she's gonna investigate the ship itself.
So you can have a wander around the ship.
Yes.
Okay, what are you looking for?
Damages.
Okay. Um. Okay, so you walk up and down the crew deck. You head into the cargo hold, and you do see there are a couple of people patching small holes, where it looks like a couple of the boards have been bent out of place. Um. But it seems most like there wasn't too much damage. Um. You can see that one of the guys is bringing up some fresh rigging.
Hmm.
That he passes you on the stairs on the way up to replace some of the like broken and frayed ropes that snapped during the storm. But there's no like permanent damage to the ship. It's just a bit battered at the moment.
Okay.
Uh, as for you, Faust, as you head up onto the deck, being battered by, well, it's not as heavy rain now. It's still like, but it's not exactly light rain. But it's not that stinging rain. You are told that the captain's in her cabin, which is a door at the back of the ship. Um,
Okay, yeah, he'll knock.
yeah. So as you knock on the door, and she says, "Come in."
Yeah, lets himself in.
Um, it's quite a small cabin. It's by no means an extravagant cabin, but you see another door off to the side, and then you're in what looks like a sitting room. There's like a desk with some papers and stuff on it. Um, One of the glass windows has been boarded up on the back. You suspect it's been smashed during the storm.
Yeah.
And she's sat in a chair, still like in waterlogged clothing, her hair like slick back across her head. Her hat's still on, fortunately for her, but the feather has drooped way down. And she turns around to you and she says, Faust, how can I help?
First, sorry for the loss of Gary, I believe it was,
Yes.
during the storm. It's never nice to lose a member of the crew, but
No.
if it
No,
is
it
any
isn't.
consolation, I have faith that the gods will look down on him and hopefully guide him to safety. I'd like to
That's-
ask, given what has happened with the storm that we're facing, are we heading back to the coast?
We need, for now, yes, we need to get to safer waters to repair the ship and make sure there are no permanent damages that we cannot see on the outside before we attempt to head to our final destination.
As Snelson says, okay, just wanted to confirm. I'm not much of a sailor myself, but I would highly recommend some more people so that you don't have to rely on a group of mercenaries who don't have much sea knowledge to bail us out of a situation.
I don't blame you guys for your lack of skills. That unfortunately, due to the fight that we had, we were slightly understaffed, and accidents happen. The people that signed on know the risks, and unfortunately, this is a hazard of the occupation. Young Gary knew what he was getting in for, and I will be giving his share of things to his young wife. Um, as little as that will probably mean to her, it will help her for a little while at least. But
This Storm Island, you said that. How close do you guess we are approximately.
Well, until I can see the sky and try and figure our position, it's hard to say. Funnily enough, at this point, there's a knock on the door.
Mhm.
And she says, "Come in," and comes in one of the crew members. She says, "Captain, land." She says, "Land? Captain, land." She's like, "Pardon me, fast, if you will." And she heads out the door, and she heads up the stairs next to the door and pulls out the spyglass, and you hear
Yeah,
from the
but
crow's nest, "Land ho!"
fast will follow.
So as you get up there, you can see the rest of you who are down below deck also hear the shouting of land as well. As you come up onto the stern of the ship, um, the full moon hidden behind the thick dark clouds in the sky offers a dim glow across the horizon. You can see an unmistakable outline of land just off in the distance, a small island with a low mountain peak in the center. As the captain says, "Head towards the land, we can find safe harbor there." As the ship gets closer and the land gets closer, you can see another ship next to the island. As the captain, like, she pulls out her spyglass and she's looking. By gods. And even from this distance, now that you can see it in the darkness, the ship seems to be in terrible shape. It's still upright and mostly intact, but there's no light on the deck. There's no lanterns or anything like that. But what you do see, especially with your eyes, is this faint blue glow from this massive gash in the side of the hull. As the captain lowers her spyglass, she's like, "By gods, we're here! That's the Fortunate Son!" It says, "Crew, prepare to land! Get ready to weigh anchor!" No, weigh anchor's the other way around. Never mind. Get ready to drop the
Drop
You
anchor!
tried. You tried.
Come on, we were
Try-
playing Raft all yesterday.
Yeah. This makes me want to play Sea of Thieves.
Ooh.
Says, "Pull up near that ship. Get as close as you can without beaching us." They're like, "Aye, aye, Captain!" Still over the wind. And as the ship sails, you can see now this jungle-covered island with this like large mountain in the center. As you get a bit close now, the rest of you can make this out now with your subpar vision compared to Faust, who has fucking insane
Well, I
dark
mean,
vision.
yeah, I mean, mine's not as good, but I do have raven eyes. That can just appear through all the little insects.
Ravens also do not have dark vision, so
Don't
still hard
care.
to see.
Don't want it. What does have the? So if I cast a familiar that has dark vision, or would normally have dark vision, does that?
Yes.
Like
I still can't believe the cats don't have dark vision.
Yeah, I know, right? Super weird.
ridiculous. What animals do? Just so I know.
I don't know, actually.
Familiars with dark vision.
Probably the pseudo dragon that the warlock gets.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not a warlock.
Yeah. You'd have to look.
Spiders, weasels, crabs, octopus.
Wait, crabs
A
have dark vision?
weasel?
Oh no! This is an article about best familiars. Sorry, that's not dark vision.
5e5. You'd have to look at each animal in
Yeah.
particular on Find Familiar.
What about just a owl?
Yes, they have dark vision under 20 feet.
Okay. Fine. I'll change my familiar into an owl.
Okay. I will say, because it does have a gold value component, that's with you on your journey, using the last of your funds before you left. Not using anything you were given in this adventure. You would have had you have 2 uses of your find familiar. We'll say for the sake of being nice that you've used 1 for this turning into an owl. So you have 1 more amount of components to use find familiar. Okay.
Coolio. Okay, so because it says 10 GP worth,
Yes. So if there's a gold value, it means you cannot use an arcane focus to replace the components.
well, I need
So-
to. Whenever I see a shop, I'll just buy incense.
That's fine. I will say because you're a wizard and you have the spell from the start, you get enough components to cast it twice
Oh.
for free. So that's fine. So you got 1 more cast. So you turn your bird into an owl.
Yeah.
Okay. So that takes about an hour. I'll say you did that during the some of the downtime. So that's fine. So you got an owl instead of a raven now. But yeah.
Go, Godfrey. Thought Head
So
would
yeah,
just do
so
anyway.
as the ship pulls up as close to the island as it can, the captain shouts, "Get the robots ready!" As the 2 small robots that are attached to the rear of the ship, they're at either side of the the stern castle, I think it's called. They're slowly prepared, ready for sail as the anchor is lowered and the ship pulls up in probably a few 100 feet offshore, where it's still deep enough for the ship to sail without beaching. And the so there's 2 boats that carry 4 people each. And she says to you guys, right, well, shall we? She turns to her second in command and she says, you and the crew take care of the ship, stay here, defend. Me and the hired muscle, we're going to go ashore and we're going to figure out what's going on. And the first miss, aye, Captain. She turns to you all. Are you ready?
Yes, but before we go, I just want to let you know, as a preference, I prefer the term hired mind.
Very well. Our hired mind and muscle.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep, ready.
Okay. As
Ready?
you all climb into your boats,
As soon as we get within touching distance of the shore, Faust is going to cast Eyes of Night.
Eyes of Night. And what does Eyes of Night do?
I can share my 300 feet dark vision with up to 4 willing creatures I can see within 10 feet of myself for up to an hour. I can
Okay.
do that once per
That's
long rest.
insane.
Unless I expend a spell
Okay.
slot.
So whom do you give it to?
The 3 compatriots with me from our party and the captain who's coming with us.
Okay, perfect.
There's only 5 of us going, isn't there?
Yes.
My
Yeah,
owl
sorry.
looks dejected.
So as you get closer to the ship, as whoever chooses to roll, because it's definitely not the captain, she's at the front of the. You only take 1 robot. I'll stay there for the sake of it. It'd be easier this way.
Yeah.
You take the robot, and she's at the front, keeping an eye out on the ship ahead, which is what she's directing you to head towards. There's a ship that's pretty beached, but it's beached on a reef, and it's kind of stuck, and there's a large jagged cut in the side of the ship, and it's kind of listing to one side slightly. But yeah, as you approach, do you warn her of what's going to happen?
I kind of like clutch the medallion. I just say, I might be able to give us a little extra vision as to what we're approaching here, and then I cast it.
Okay. So as you cast it, as you expand your influence towards your compatriots, just turn this down slightly. It's a bit loud. For you, Falfer and Mithras, it is a very strange sensation. It's not the correct word, but it's as close as I can get to it. As you're looking out over this like dark horizon, where you can see the shapes of like trees and the mountain in the center of the island, and then the ship that seems to be like half beached on a reef slowly approaching. It goes from just seeing the vague outlines to having, especially in the nearby area, like a lot more clarity. You can now see like the ocean and the ripples. It's obviously all black and white because it's pretty dark out here at this point. But you can see a few fish close to the surface of the water that scatter when you get near, and it turns what would be almost no vision at all to being able to see quite far. And the captain also turns to you and says, "Well, damn, that's handy." She puts the spyglass away.
Farfar goes like, ooh. That's it.
Okay.
Faust is just scanning.
So we landed on the island and did
So
we start moving?
the robot's approaching the ship. So as you roll closer to the beached ship, you see no immediate signs of life of anyone on board. Although the high sides of the ship offer meager visibility from the water. The ship, named the Fortunate Sun, is in very poor condition. It appears that someone attempted to make repairs. As you can see, like there are a few boards that have been nailed into place that aren't part of the actual ship's hull, but they don't seem to have been completed. The main mast is being held up with large timbers, while the mizzen mast, which I think is the front, no, the back. I think it's the back.
Yes, the after the ship. So
Yeah. So the mizzen mast, which is the back, just has completely snapped, and you're unsure as to where it's gone. Actually, no, it's fallen backwards and it's crushed the entire stern castle part of the ship beneath it. And now that you've gotten closer, you see on the one side of the ship there is this large, scraping slash from aft to stern that just covers the entire side of the ship. And as you get closer, you can see that the foremast, the one at the front, has like these large cracks just running straight up, and it looks like it could fall over at any moment.
So at this point, I guess we are basically right up against the boat.
So at this point, the robot you're on is lands on the small beach just next to where the ship is beached.
Yeah.
And as Optic pulls the ship just onto land so it won't get washed away at the captain's direction, she's like stood there looking up at the ship.
Can Farfar climb it?
You want to try and climb onto the ship?
Yes.
Yeah, you can try and climb. So there are a bunch of like snapped rigging that's like dangling down, and like a few bits of coiled on the floor on the beach that you're on.
Mhm.
Make an athletics check for me, please.
No.
1.
1. Okay. Ba, ba, ba. And okay, so you get most of the way up. The rope is slick with rain, and it's not easy. And as you get towards the top, you have to switch from the rope to grabbing onto the side. And as you do, the wood breaks under your hand and you fall to the ground. You take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you impact back first, just straight into the wet, damp sand.
Farfar, as she falls, she goes like, wee!
And then you hit the ground, and you're like, the breath is knocked out of your lungs, and it fucking hurts.
Um, okay, can I use the, let me see what it's called, the rope and the crowbar together, and so I can do like, like a hook, throw it on the ship itself.
So you want to make a grappling hook,
Yes.
okay? So how do you do this with the rope that's attached to the ship on the other end anyway?
No, the rope that is in my bag.
Okay, so you're gonna use your own rope. That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Um, so you tie it on. That's fine. Um, make a dexterity check just to try and see if you can find purchase on the ship when you throw it.
Dexterity. Oh my god. 7.
So you throw it up, it goes over the railing, and as you pull it back, it just falls to the ground.
Hmm. Now, if I do it again, it's going to be on disadvantage, right?
You could try it again,
Yeah, I'm going to try it again.
but with disadvantage, please.
So 17, 11.
11. So this time you give it a quick spin, you throw it up, you hear the clank, it lands, you pull it back, it grips onto something for a few seconds, and then just pulls the wood out.
Ah,
And like a few bits of like damp wood, and then the crowbar hit the ground. Unfortunately, you don't think you'll be able to find purchase with this.
yeah, she puts back the crowbar on the rope in the bag, and she's fairly small. She want to investigate, look around if there is any holes she can sneak. And it's an old ship, isn't it?
It's not super old, but it looks like it's been here for a little bit. Yeah.
All right. So because of the storm, she probably passed through the storm. There might be some holes around. So she's gonna check for these holes. What should I like investigation?
Okay. Bear with me just one moment.
Yeah.
BRB very quickly. If anyone decides to stealth at any point, Faust will cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. Okay. Make an investigation check for me. Please, Falfar.
There we go. Critical.
Okay. So there are holes in the hull. But the way that the ship is listing is it would be a hard climb to get up to them because it's like listing off to the right hand side,
Yeah.
and so any hole is like raised off the ground, and so
Mm-hmm.
you would you would have to try and find a way to climb into the hole, and the hole's like probably like 10 to 15 feet off the ground, and it's like jagged wood, so it'd be quite precarious to climb into.
Uh,
So while you're doing that, Mithras, what are you doing?
So where am I right now?
So you're stood with the captain at the base of the ship. You've just seen Falfir attempt to climb the ropes that are dangling over the side to get to the main, onto the deck, but she failed. The ropes are still there, but she couldn't get up.
Haha. What is Faust doing?
Not much at the moment. He's just stood around, like looking at things.
I mean, is it worth trying to do what Falfa did? Because I mean, if she failed,
Like, it doesn't necessarily look like a hard climb. It's just a rope, and you've done plenty of that while you've been on the ship.
then
It-
I will climb.
Okay. And Optic is gonna try and fold you up next to you on one of the other ropes. It is a athletics check, please.
14.
14. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Still the same.
I'm back.
10.
come back.
Okay. So, both you and Optic, as Falfer walks off to the side to try and examine for another way in, Optic and you, Mithras, both begin to climb the two ropes that are over the side.
Yeah.
As the captain's watching from below. And the two of you slowly make your way up.
Yep.
Okay. And as you put your hands on the railings, you pull yourself up. And you see in front of you the deck of your ship. You swing your legs on as you hear the heavy footsteps of Optic. His feet land on the deck of the ship. You hear the creak of the wood. You look around, and that's where we're going to end today's session.
Yeah, boy.
Ooh. That was nice.
Good job, guys. No one died.
No,
boy.
no more do back. No more do back. All right.
Yeah, got a little bit further than the party did last time. Last time I
Yeah.
ran this one. But yeah. I actually really want to play Sea of Thieves now.
I have never played.
I'm actually going to install it.